Reckless, more than I've been free. Defenseless, with your eyes on me. It's like I'm caught inside your endless sea, falling fast into the deep. Surrendered, won't be sound asleep. I've never known a life like this, a stranger's kiss, the sweet attraction. I've never known a love like this, forbidden bliss, consumed in action. I've never known a life like this, a stranger's kiss, the sweet attraction. I've never known a love like this, forbidden bliss, I'm yours.
Yeah, folks, Quillyteen here, and welcome to our Saturday live stream. And we're taking a pause from Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2, which I am having fun with. I'm not going to say it's a perfect game, but I am having fun with. But I wanted to get back to our glorious Dwarven Fortress here, the Castle of Cups. We skipped last weekend because we had the book release party, but we are back today, baby. Everything should be unmuted. Oh yeah, there's a little bit of music playing now. Perfect. Okay, that's looking good. The March of the Mechanisms. Oh, I think, yeah, MJ is suggesting, a few other people have said a similar thing. After the Castle Cups, we need the Keep of Wands, the Fortress of Swords, the Dungeon of Coins. So these are other tarot suits, right? I think so. Hey, Kano with the stone mug. What else? There was something else I wanted to respond to, and I can't remember what it was. Yeah, they are. Yeah. The suits, which isn't what I was thinking. Obviously, we named this after cups because, first of all, mugs isn't in the list of the like the dwarven words that we can pick, which is always unfortunate. So we're just picking it because, of course, it's our famous mug industry. But it is a kind of a cool vibe, and it might be interesting to stay in the world. Speaking of the world, many huge things happened last time we streamed. Right, had been suffering with a fairly low population for a while, and the theory was that where we are, which is right over here in this little yellow bit, and where our the capital was, which is over here, we were thinking that the caravans and the migrant waves were maybe getting interrupted or caught along the way because there were some enemies in between us and them. At some point, that suddenly unstuck itself. Now, it's also possible that there was a stuck caravan. We did run the fix caravan command, but I like the idea that our people were being ambushed along the way. But then in addition to that, at some point, the king of our civilization must have died because we have a new king, and it's actually someone who is living inside of our fortress. Mr. Discord, who is living here, inherited the crown. So all of a sudden, we're having to do a lot of catch-up work. You can see we've got a count and we've got a baron as well, and so we're having to get some bedrooms to set up for those people very fast. It's happening super quick. The other good thing about having more people is we can actually mount a proper military, which is good news, because when we're thinking we're gonna have to go and burn down some sites with like 20 dwarves max, that was feeling terrifying. We only have two squads set up here. I did rename them, so we got the Tin Swords and the Bolts of Hell to make it a little bit more clear that this is a melee squad and this is a ranged squad. The other thing I've done is I've gone through and set up my more standard outfits that I use. So I've got the light and heavy versions of my melee outfits, and then the leather archer, the light archer kind of set up over here. So the light outfit is set up to try to keep it lower on weight. So a lot of leather goods, but also a steel chain shirt, a steel helm, and some gauntlets. Oh, and the high boots. Because this, if dwarves don't have any armor skill, and the armor is above a certain like weight threshold, they start to move really slowly. So the light outfit here helps to prevent that issue from being the case. At some point, as people get some armor skills, we'll move them up to heavy armor, which is all full steel and things like that. The leather or the archer one is a very light setup because it's like, well, they don't really need. They should hopefully not be getting hit too much in melee. I mean, we'll see how much that works, but we're just going to be using some leather goods for them. I set up, before the stream started, I set up some extra jobs down here for the leather goods that we need. And I also made sure we're making bolts in like huge numbers. Bone, wooden, and various metal bolts in very, very large numbers to make sure that our range squads are going to be able to equip a bunch. Yeah, leather looks cool. Who doesn't want a badass leather squad? That sounds pretty good. Bolts of hell. Whenever hell breaks loose, they bolt out of there. So this is our upper floor. I do want to extend our, well, upper floor, sorry, this is our surface. I do want to extend our little road all the way to the edge of the map here, just to make sure that caravans have got an okay place. I've got a little smooth command on that boulder that I want to run before I build the rest of the road out there. In terms of the construction here, we're still waiting for some blocks to finish one of these walkways, but we do have our barracks being set up in this upper area. I just queued up before the stream started some chests and some cabinets so that our squads can store some items there. I've got this well, unnamed barrack over here, but equipped to both these squads. They can train, they can store their material. They don't sleep here, and I think that's probably fine. I've got a little stockpile for drinks and food, which is set up to take from our main stockpiles down below, so we'll always have a little bit of nutrition up on here for people. And I've got a big ammo barracks, which we could go and turn off the bins and just keep the bolts loose on the ground, which may or may not be desirable. Because I think, again, we get the issue where if someone is trying to grab something out of a bin, I think it locks that bin so they can interrupt each other, and it can kind of be a little bit annoying. I suppose one of the things we could do is we could have a stockpile that's got some bins that is like this, trying to take from the catch-all stockpile, and then I could have another stockpile here with no bins that just takes from that one. So mass number of bolts get stored in the bins, but then they get spread out along the floor for other things. We'll go with this for now, but we'll see how it goes. A psychotic says, I had a question. Were you in Demon X Sea of Secrets games? And if so, can you tell who you play? Yes, in the Sea of Secrets game, I am Uomisho, which is very different from Draven. You love Draven. And 7, oh yes, Tale from My D&D campaign. Yeah, 7 was fantastic. But yeah, so I was Draven in the Tales from My D&D campaign. I am Uomisho in Sea of Secrets. And if you're watching the brand new series that Demon X put out yesterday, I think, the brand new one that just started, I actually don't play a character in that one. But I knew the people. I think all but one person in that campaign. And I played with them as well, but I wasn't in that actual one. Yeah, the Nerf Wars. All right. So yes, our little barracks over here is coming along nicely. We're waiting for a little bit more construction and a ramp over here. When that comes in, we'll also put a roof on this thing just to keep it neat. But that's looking pretty well. If we go down, we got some farming going on. That's okay. We got our grates blocking the river, which is seeming all right. We can keep going down and down. We've got a well here because we've got a big cistern. It's a 2-level cistern. The bottom level never drains, so the well should always operate. The top level does drain and provide a lovely waterfall here, which does run out of water fairly quickly when winter sets in and the brook freezes. But that's not the end of the world. I mean, we could do an even larger cistern to try to maintain more. No, it's fine. It's okay. They don't need constant this. They just need the mist happy thought from time to time to stay relatively happy, which our dwarves currently are. This is our public area, public tavern, rooms for that. So an inn. We've got some public little guilds here, which are like, this is a catch-all temple, and this is a weapon training guild hall that's open to the public. It's not very decorated. Maybe we'll do something about that later. As we keep going down, this is just the catch-all overflow stockpile, which other things take from aggressively. All the little blue swirlies here. This is mist that you can see. Grumpy Oldie, that's actually a drop. We were well in the top 100 in most of those Oh, well, maybe not the Vampire Romance one. I don't know. But for urban fantasy and historical fantasy, we were well in the top 100 in those two categories. I think peaked at around 50 for the urban fantasy, at least on the .ca side, which was nice. This is our wood processing floor. So wood stockpile, obviously, carpenter's workshops over here, a couple of wood furnaces and an ashery to keep that going on. Next floor is our stone workers shop, which includes 2 crafts workshop, which are one of these I thought was set. Yeah, there you go. That's the rock mug one. It doesn't accept generic craft dwarf orders. It only does rock mugs. And this one here is the catch-all for craft dwarf stuff, which technically isn't restricted to just stone, but that's mostly what we asked for. Then we've got an actual stoneworkers workshop over here. Got tons of blocks. We do have a block storage right next door. This doesn't have like a weird takes from those. It doesn't have any restrictions about where it gives. We do have a stone block stockpile over here with no... It does try to give away to the stone blocks on the surface. Maybe that's all that we're seeing. I don't know. But it is weird that we do get a little bit of clutter in these stoneworker shops. But they're working on some more thrones, doors, and tables for a new expansion that are going on. These are jewelers' workshops, and we got a kiln and a glass furnace. And then we've got this floor is the clothing processing floor, which we do actually have a lot of cloth sitting around. Yeah, we got lots of cloth. We've traded for some. We've been growing pigtail, which is great. So we've got that. Then we've got a leatherworks over here. This should become a little bit more busy because I have queued up in my work orders my various leather goods that I'm trying to maintain. I've got a fairly high target on these leather goods. We're trying to keep like 100 cloaks around. In theory, our military dwarves will constantly like equip this stuff. So even if we set like a limit of try to keep 1 around, it should work. But this also counts as regular clothing. So any dwarf might just pick it up as clothing. So I do want to keep a big supply of those kicking around. Yeah, no, leather mittens. as opposed to gloves. Whatever. It works. Just a little mining floor, and then this is our living quarters. So we've got a huge set of bedrooms. I think that was 60 bedrooms over here, another set of 60 over here. So we got 120 regular bedrooms, and of course, some people pair off and their families stay together. So we might want to expand on these bedrooms soon, but I think we're probably fine. We got our kitchen, we got our stills, dining hall over here, which is currently getting engraved, which is why it looks a little bit weird. It's dining hall and a shared tavern. Here we've got the sheriff's office and some various cells, which do have to be smoothed out. We've got our egg laying area, and I'm digging out this area here because I'm hoping to get pigs going on for a constant supply of leather. Pigs don't need to graze, so just like our turkeys here, they can just live in a little room in the middle of your mountainous fortress, and it's perfectly fine. We try not to think about it. Various fancy tombs, like regular tombs, fancy tomb for our king, which has still got to be developed. If we head down some more, our metalworking a floor, which I'm going to expand to have a couple more metalsmiths forges as well, just to make sure we've got the capacity. These are our temples and guild halls, and then this is our living quarter for our nobles. So we've got 3 nobles: the monarch, the count, the baron. Somewhere we've got the mayor's room. Actually, yeah, I guess that's it. One of these is for the mayor, one of these is for the count, one of these is for the baron. I think this is supposed to be for the baron, but it's still building up. And then we've got the big, huge room for our king. I did set a few other people. I messed around with a bunch of the laborers before we started. We've got more people getting assigned to stone cutting jobs and kind of more or less exclusively on there because we got a lot of catching up to do. And if we keep going down, eventually we hit the bottom of our waterfall, which does flow off the map. And then we also have a little side jaunt over here, which enters into a cavern lair. There are 2 hostiles. Ooh, this one's actually a little scary because he might be going for on our construction walls here. And then we'll have to go and kill them. But there are at least 2 forgotten beasts. There might still be a 3rd around. I'm not sure what the deal is. Anyway, we'll finally go ahead and unpause and let the game run. Siege update's been released. Are we ready for new sieges? No, actually. Oh, I hadn't read up on that. New enemy behavior. So, okay, new enemy weapons, battering rams. Trolls can now carry giant pickaxes and blocks for building. Enemy behavior now classified different roles: charge, hang back, ambush, and can path around dangerous areas. Engineers can build floors and stairs. Enemies can break through fortifications and raised bridges. They can also dig underground through natural walls. Oh, that is awful. That is... Now we're playing freaking RimWorld with breach raids. New weapon, bolt throw, the siege ended with a fixed location, but can turn freely in any direction. Fires faster than crossbow. Rework weapons for ballistas and catapults. Changes traps. Goblins can rescue caged allies. Oh, that's quite neat. Well, that's going to make our life a lot harder. Let's see how it goes. Mr. Discord doesn't want us exporting something. Don't export anvils. That's fine. We would never intend to do that, so that's okay. We also got a job in there to make anvils. Is that something? I think we do have a repeated make anvil job to satisfy this ruler, or do we? I still wish we had a search on this screen. I don't see the word anvil. Oh, right here. No, there it is. Oh, that was a one-time order. Okay. Can use caged goblins as bait. That's interesting. Yeah, could they run forward to try to free their people? I don't know. I mean, I think our defense setup is still relatively decent as a start, right? We've got, the walls here. We can close ourselves off. We got an upper wall that we can shoot from. And then we do have a military that is, training so that if they do breach a wall, hopefully we can just fight back. It doesn't take us too long to power up a military that feels like it can take a lot of fights directly, and we tend to do that. Okay. The Hall of Torches, many members. They require a guild hall. Oh, Weaponsmith Guild, which technically we have. I think we just have to fancy it up. And a Doctor's Guild, which I can't remember if we made our hospital that technically, but we should check on that and see. Okay, so this is a Weaponsmith Guild, but it's not fancy enough. It doesn't count as a guild hall. It's nearly there. Let's just plan some statues. How about that? Statues of any type is fine. Let's just get 4 statues in here. This will almost set it above the limit, and that's going to be okay. Oh, did I see a question about your aquifers? I didn't. Oh, can you make an artificial spring by making a tunnel from an aquifer to the top of the mountain? Yeah, I think you can, actually. Yeah, because the aquifers are infinite water. So there's all you can definitely do something like that. I don't think we can do it here. We don't have an aquifer on this map, but it will look pretty. It will look really nice. Oh, right, the Doctors Guild Hall. So over here is our hospital. And yeah, we got the hospital, and then we've got the Doctors Guild Hall, but it's not fancy enough currently. We might have to embiggen it to get the value, but for now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a very high priority. Smooth this room out for me. And that. And also, let's get a door here and here. So let's start with smoothing it out. Maybe, you know, we could probably put some statues in here as, like, their anatomical models as well. I think we're making statues out of silver, so they'll get there. Decorating guild halls and temples reminds me of the 2-point games and trying to cram a room with as much stuff in it. Oh, yeah. The king, Mr. Discord, meets with the human headkeeper of the seal. Oh, do we have human traders around here? Okay, get some world info, petition. You know what? All right, I'll start to accept some entertainers. We turned down a whole bunch for a while. Yeah, we can do that. We do have a lot of outstanding petitions. Temple for the Covenant of Peace. Covenant of Peace. Okay. Human caravan has arrived. I'm going to recognize this priesthood, which will satisfy that. I think they do need a priest assigned. Slim Grady's out hunting a whole bunch. Let's use Salty Old Badger over here. There you go. That satisfied one petition. And the caravan has arrived. And they're bringing wagons. Lovely. That's what we want to see. So, we are going to bring all of our finished goods bins over here. And what was the other thing that I was like, oh, we could do that? Oh, cage stuff. Although I think we did that on our last one. Well, we still have a ton of stuff. We can't send, I don't think we can sell sentience. That was one of the issues, right? So maybe I won't do that right now. Maybe we'll start just destroying the traps with people in them. Maybe we can make a little retractable drawbridge. Another forgotten beast! Okay. Very loud. The forgotten beast, Anna, has come. A towering feathered Dimetrodon. It has a pair of branching antennae, and it undulates rhythmically. Its eyes glow orange. Beware, it's webs! Oh, for fuck's sake with the webs. Okay, this is this guy who's just chilling by our door. This is the new one over here. All right, again, if you guys could just, like, murder each other, that'd be swell. Like, I wouldn't mind that at all. All right. Okay, let's go and request our broker. Oh, you need to find chalk or similar powder for plaster cast. Right, or we can just keep buying some. Ready to trade. Let's do this. So what might we want? I don't know that we're going to need to buy a lot of stuff from these guys. I mean, rope saves us the trouble of making our own, but I think we've bought a few. I think we've got some rope kicking around, and we can make some if needed. I don't know that I need to buy anything over here. I guess I'll buy these various barrels. Sure, why not? I'll get a cheap bucket. I don't want the inferior metal weapons. We're doing steel weapons. We don't want the large clothing because our dwarves can't wear it. Copper shield wouldn't be bad. We're using, we just end up making our own later. So we're using wooden shields right now because they're nice and light, and the material of the shield doesn't matter for the defense. A wooden shield can break, like can deteriorate over time. Metal one would last longer, but yeah, I don't think we need to worry about this. We can save a lot of our mugs for the dwarves when they come. I'm gonna ignore this chest. Maybe I'll buy one chest, why not? And I'll get all these bags. Empty bags are handy to have around. Some random seeds are fine. Some sand is fine. Let's not buy these weapons or the gems or the anvils. Food is huge. We don't need to buy any of that, really. Oh, let's go and buy some thread. It's cheap and will help support our clothing industry. I guess I can buy some quivers. We could check to see how many quivers we've got and if we need stuff for people, but let's go and do that. We'll buy cheap splints, cheap crutches. Save us a little bit of trouble from making it. What are cauldrons for? That's interesting. Huh. Is wood easier to get than metal? Oh, I mean, it's really easy on this map. We've got tons of it. That's not always the case. Scroll rollers, and then I still don't think we have a library actually set up, but we'll get ready for it. Okay, so that is 3,600 dwarf bucks worth of stuff. If we go to our side, where's my mugs? Do I not have any mugs? I'm gonna have to remark all this, which is annoying. Oh no! Did one of the Forgotten Beasts get into our base? The Forgotten Beast Anna's gotten into our base. Wait. Was Anna on the other cavern lair? Which might not be sealed in? And might be flying? Yeah, it's not fully sealed in. Or they could have climbed the walls. Okay. Yeah, it's in our base properly. I don't know if it's targeting... Can I select from a list? Because I'm worried that what I'm going to click on here is a dwarf. I mean, a lot of times I just use a station order. Well, here, we'll start with this. This thing isn't moving around. Is there any chance that it's injured? Oh, it is heavily bleeding. Winded, cannot breathe. Okay. I think it's dead. It's corpse! Okay, we did kill it. We've lost a duckling, possibly a pet. Green Elite died. Lefp died. Turtle died. And a cat died. Now, 2 of these are children. And Green Elites, the fact that they're siege operators is the thing that's the highest skill. I don't think we lost anyone important. No offense, but I don't think we lost anyone important. Yeah, that's not bad at all. Now, hopefully this doesn't lead to some sort of tantrum spiral or something like that. And we killed, this is a web Forgotten Beasts, which are super goddamn dangerous. Okay, well, we have some tombs ready to entomb some people. We haven't set up the slab thing yet, but it hasn't been needed yet. Oh, I need to make sure. Okay, good. This was already assigned to Mr. Discord. Theodolus. Oh, unnamed. We should do this. So, this one. Oh, that's interesting. Theodolus Walker. Oh, okay. It's the same. So I could hit this as well. And it'll be Walker. There we go. Okay. So you've got that. We still have to fancy these places up. But the important thing is that this isn't going to get claimed by, like, some random. It's assigned to specific people. Okay, good. Ooh, do we need a pet tomb? No, we do allow pets to be buried in these places, so that should happen. Okay, seriously though, what is our mug situation? Amount of empty okay, we have 200 empty mugs, which should of course go into a finished goods bin. Unless for some reason mugs are loose right now, but I don't know why that would be the case. Is it possible that we have a bunch of loose mugs? Maybe in here, it's not. This is all the mugs it's listing. Yeah, we have tons of goblets. Oh. Why did this finished goods bin not get brought to the surface? I did just add a new one. I wonder if a dwarf was holding on to it. So, or carrying it to go and pick something up so it wasn't available to us. Let's just wait until that gets delivered and then see what this does for our trade. If someone making bins, yeah, we should. I mean, we've got the job in here for wooden bins being made forever. We try to keep at least 30 empty bins around, which is currently the situation. So we have, theoretically, lots of empty bins. Okay, that just got delivered. What's going on? Right, that one's fine. There are gloves in here. That's why. That's why. Okay. Our monarch, well, right now isn't complaining about it, but he does love gloves and doesn't want gloves to be sold. So I think, hide forbidden items. Items banned by export mandates. Here we go. Additional items at risk of mandates. So right now, there's not currently a mandate about selling gloves, but there could be. So what we need to do, and I'm not going to worry about trading with this human caravan. Let's unpause. What we need to do is ensure that we have like a clean mug storage. Now, there is a bit of an issue with that. Like, we kind of got to figure out anywhere that might store a mug. You know what I could do? In our catch-all, I might just forbid mugs from this. To start off with. Which would be goblets. I would just say, don't ever store any goblets whatsoever in our catch-all spot. Now, in theory, our mugs are being created... Our mugs are being created over here. And we have a storage for stone finished goods over here. What I could always do as well is try to yoink things from the catch-all to over here. So first of all, if anything ends up in the catch-all that is a stone finished good, we could put this over here. Bunch of loose mugs showing up. Interestingly, Max bins. We have tons of bins over here, but there are no bins. Based on our rule set, wooden bins. Yeah, not satisfied. So there must be more than 30 empty bins sitting around. Do they not get auto-distributed in places? Is there a bunch of empty bins sitting in the catch-all pile? I don't know how they move them around. Well, this one bin over here, there you go. All these mugs are being put in. Then another box is coming in here. Okay. And maybe with the grab command, this might be aggressively grabbing empty bins from the catch-all now, which I wouldn't hate. Anyway, we definitely must have over here some new finished goods bins that are legal because they definitely don't contain any gloves. And we can do this. They would have moved the bins, but were busy being killed by forgotten beasts. Yeah. Oh, also, we did have a couple of people getting hospitalized. So we've got Dangri and the Mechanical Kirk, who apparently are... Oh, no, you're watching a surgery demonstration. Oh, you're both watching that. Neither one of you here are patients? Because we did have some injured dwarves. They may have gotten cycled already. Oh, that's pretty impressive. Okay, this still needs to be way fancied up. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do high priority engraves over here. Engrave the hospital as quickly as possible, please. Oh, the injured dwarfs might be on the table. Bone. That's a demonstration. Watching demonstration. No, I'm not sure that we have any more people actually waiting for treatment. We may have just resolved them already. I like RimWorld where you have to micromanage combat. Dwarves just take care of it. Yes and no. The combat is more automated than RimWorld because you're not placing people in individual tiles or telling them where to what to target. Like you can't right click that way. But with your squads, you can go and tell them where to go. For example, like you can tell them to station themselves somewhere. You can set a specific kill target as well. Are we? How come you don't have any faces? Oh, I think it's just because you're not drafted for the military right now. 3 of these guys, these also might be on hunting duties, but I think it's currently on their time off. They're on a staggered training. What month are we right now? Malachite. Yeah, off duty right now. Okay. All right. Broker's back over here. Now we have mugs. Okay, now I'm gonna have to go and reset what I want to grab over here. I don't need bars, don't need gems, don't need blocks. I guess I could take the rough gems and then cut them and make them all fancy. These are instruments. They're a little pricey. But instruments for our bars is good. For our taverns is what I mean. I might not be grabbing the same thing as last time, and it's fine. Right, I'm not going to do meat, fish, plants, leaves. Take the thread. Sure. And actually, the backpacks are fairly cheap. Not too worried about quality. Grab the cheap splints. A couple of cheap crutches. And then, yeah, all the writing stuff. Okay. We are grabbing more than last time, but then we're going to come over here and search for mug. If I were to select all mugs, it's a slim profit, and we won't, let's not leave anything for the dwarves, but let's see if they'll take this. Yes, they will. Okay. Oh, one of the bags is expensive? Oh, well. Ban on exports. Well, that's fine. No export of gloves. See, we could have snuck in a glove sale, but barely. Barely. We got random forbidden stuff. Now, some of it is old, worn-out clothes that people are tossing out. We'll have to get a proper dumping stockpile in the magma at some point. Okay, so this here... Yeah, we need to increase the priority of the blocks that are going to prevent things from just wandering in from this cavern. Okay. So as we get some gabbro blocks over here, these walls should get finished up. Surface farm, then another one over here. Some pigtails, good. Yeah, make storage area for mugs closer to depot, make a separate high priority storage area for gloves. So we can't make it high priority. Unfortunately, we can't have priorities for storage in Dwarf Fortress, which is too bad, because it would be handy if we could do RimWorld style stuff for that. But we cannot. Okay, some of the blocks have been allocated over here. That's good. But yeah, we could do, the way we do priority is just a lot of aggressive take, and we could set up a lot of aggressive take. We got a stockpile maybe right under here with the mugs near the surface. But the thing is, it doesn't take very long to move one bin from deep within. So I'm actually not too worried about where the mugs are being stored, as long as things are working properly. The migrants have arrived. Okay, and things, yeah, tons more mugs are being brought here. Oh, this roller here must be that. What I could do is I could make this exclusively a mug storage thing, or like, I might want a high priority mug storage thing. Like, I might want to cut this a little bit and have a high priority mug thing that even takes from this. And that might not be the worst thing ever. The Pure Creed wants a temple complex and high priests. Okay. Is that one we already have? The names don't match right. Yeah, right over here. So they want this, and we can recognize this. So I will recognize High Priest. There we go. Which maybe needs to be assigned. All right, Zenzi, congratulations. And then the outstanding petitions. The Farmers Guild Hall, which I think is this. Yeah. Needs to be a little richer. And then the other one is the hospital. Oh no, for the weaponsmith. Oh, the hospital is done. With the engravings. Yep, okay. You know what I'm going to do is, even though it'll look a little silly unfinished from our perspective, I'm going to go and cancel the rest of the engravings to save some time. And this Farmers Guild Hall, the value will go up as it gets the furniture. Probably that'll be enough, actually. But I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask, hey, just go and do like a strip of engravings down the middle here. Thanks. See that on Steam that DF is Windows only. Is it possible to play on the Mac? So I actually don't know the state of that these days. I've certainly played Dwarf Fortress previously on the Macintosh. I don't know what the current version is. I also don't know, like, with stuff like, the stuff, like, on Linux with, like, the gaming compatibility layer, what's it called, like, Proton and stuff like that, any chance that works in a Mac environment? I don't know. Unfortunately, I don't have the answers there. It's been a long time since I've tried to play Dwarf Fortress on my Mac. Yeah, there we go. One more engraving. There we go. That should be it. Did I establish Guild Hall? I did. Farmer Guild Hall. Farmer Guild. What did the mayor forbid? Export of traction benches. Yeah, that's fine. Export of quivers. Yeah, that's fine. There it is. Okay. Petitions apparently take a beat to upgrade. I'm going to run my auto nick all because I think there might be some people who didn't have... Yeah, there we go. We had a migrant wave, so 10 more dwarves needed some names in there. Okay, so the petition outstanding is for the Weaponsmith Guild, which is this one on the surface, which we're just... I was going to be like, oh, we'll just match it with statues. But I think what I'll do, since I think our queue for statues is all... I think it's silver statues, so they're, you know, contingent on us having any silver. I'm going to do a high priority engrave right down the middle there, which should be plenty. Waiting for the day mugs get built. Yeah, we don't let people who have mug preferences get elected. I wonder if with my unforbid all, can I unforbid bolts specifically? Oh, we just cut down another tree. How lovely. And some more trees. Nice. If we had the enhanced stock view, then we could. Of course, I can just go to like ammunition here and then squint for ammunition that's forbidden like this and do that. So these are bolts that have been fired for like hunting or warfare. And obviously this is super duper annoying to do. So I don't want to do that. Oh, okay. We can toggle this way for entire types. There wasn't anything there or there or there or there or there. That is a little faster. Okay. So any stray bolts at this point should get recollected again. Death to nature, too elvish. Yeah, there's no elven civilization around in this one. So we can't piss them off by cutting down these trees, which is sad because that's always fun to do. Build, construct, paved road. That boulder has been smoothed away. So we're going to do that. Addition. Another would-be bard. Sure. I'm going to start saying yes. A couple more. I don't want to overload ourselves with that. But then they go and they do offer to join for real at some point, and that's nice. Everyone's busy picking up trees right now. And there we go. This is starting to happen. So any second now, it should exceed. Oh, we might need a few more than this. Do we have 2 people doing the engravings? I thought I only had 1 person on engraving duty. Oh, I do have 2. And yeah, they're not legendary or anything, unfortunately. And one's only part-time. Yeah, I don't think we have a good constant sword of silver. Okay, that's going to be done. So there might not be any statues going on right now. I could open it up. We could even make marble statues. We'll take a look, because I'm probably going to want a bunch of statues in our actual throne room and stuff, so we might want to revisit this situation then. We shall see. All right, so no outstanding petitions. 2 hostiles are the 2 forgotten beasts in tavern level 1. Oh, this isn't even full of stone. And yet. Okay, so there's a bunch of random instruments and things, actually. This might be an artifact. Yeah, another artifact there. So stone artifacts are getting yoinked here. Is this a stone book? Borax bound codex. Interesting. All right. No, I think right now the only statue's job, and it's probably in here somewhere. Again, standard thing is I wish you could do a little search here. We can make glass statues. Hey, maybe we should do that. Yeah, see, I didn't see the I mean, for all I know, I don't have a statue job at all. Maybe we did it as a one-time thing. That's unusual. Usually I set up repeated jobs, and I try to keep a couple of statues around. I really don't see it. I'm just looking for things that end with statue. Sprint mode. Glass armor, siren style. Let's make glass statues. I guess green glass is the easy stuff to make, right? Oh, maybe we're making out of the gold. That's true. We did have a bunch. We're also making gold flasks. Because, okay, if we want to make clear glass, which obviously sounds awesome. Oh, tell me here what it needs. Okay, maybe the easiest place then is to say here. We can say clear glass statue. I'll go down to the bottom. So if we take a look at here, we can see what doesn't need sand. Is sand bearing item? Oh, do you make it direct? You don't make glass first. That makes sense. That makes sense. And we do need pearl ash. Okay, I'm going to say if we have refined coal greater than 10, pearl ash, as long as we have at least one, and at least one sand-bearing item, and we have less than 2 statues, we're going to try to keep 2 around, then make 1 statue. I think we have sand collection already going. Pearl ash. Or pearl ash. Let's make some pearl ash. We need potash. We got at least 1 potash and at least, again, like 10 refined coal, because we can get a bigger buffer over there. Trying to make 1 pearl ash. Potash, I think we just make that at the wood burner. Potash from ash seems pretty fine and easy. Make up to 1 per day. If we've got less than 10 potash, and we've got at least, I don't know. We've got at least a couple of ash, because we want some for soap. You know what? As long as we've got 1 ash, and we've got less than 10 potash, I tend to make 1 potash. Done. Okay. Oh, make gold statues a couple rows up. Oh, was it near the bottom and it's still there? Gold statues, thank you. So we definitely do have that job. And they're in the queue. Actually, the gold statues are being made right now. I'm still wondering about just going to glass statues. Maybe I'll keep the gold statues job in there. We could always pick and choose when we're positioning statues what material we might want it out of. In any case, they're swanky AF. Do we have any pearls to burn and dash? We can go fishing for pearls, right? That's how it works. Pearlfish love worms. Pretty sure that's how that works. So I am hoping that we've got a lot of active leather. Oh, we keep having to haul this reindeer back to the little stockpile. Should we fence these guys in? Well, the animals can still go through doors, so they can leave their pasture if we want. No guard ducks in this run. No, not currently. We do have some guard dogs right over here. Logs in linked stockpile. Oh, there's a linked stockpile for one of the crafting jobs. Might keep an eye out. Unrotten processable plant. We don't actually have a lot of plants. I know there was an issue because some of this was above ground. Is it possible? Maybe we need more farmers. Or it's a seed question. It's possible we have a ton of plump helmets not being brewed right now. So it's not cycling the seeds. Especially if we're hitting a drinks cap. We do have enough dwarves here. Maybe I should just raise the drinks cap at this point. What are we currently targeting? Yeah, let's go and target like 1,000 drinks. Especially the plants. Like the fruit one, maybe we don't worry about as much. I don't know. I guess we can set them back both to this. And then we try to brew 10 per day. Let's chooch some more. Get some farmers. Just offer a government subsidy. Yeah. We could even start using some fertilizer for bigger outputs. I don't know if that's necessarily required here. Unrotten processable plants. Thresher. I mean, that's probably you're out of pigtails for that. I'm gonna make 3 anvils. Yeah, see, it's a lot of anvils we're making. And yeah, I think the anvil job had been a one shot. I'm wondering about still just doing it as a one shot. We'll have to do this a lot. Build an outhouse on the floor above the farm. Oh yeah, for fertilizing? It makes sense. Legit. I'm gonna dig out another field. Place the anvil on the throne room to look awesome. Can you just place an anvil? As if it was a statue or something like that? That actually would be kind of cool. As a styling thing. There we go, plant seeds. Yeah, I don't think we may not have had enough planters. I do have the auto farming set up so that we're actually going to see different crops getting planted constantly. They're just adjusting what to do on the fly, which is nice. Oh, I didn't think about that, Snafu. We could smelt excess anvils. He just wants us to make them. He actually doesn't care what happens afterwards, as long as we don't sell them. So we could go into here a whole bunch, because we have a crap ton of these. Right? I could go, first of all, these steel anvils, we could smelt to get some steel back. I'm going to put a melt on that. I'm guessing these two are probably installed. But if I go and put a melt on all these, except maybe a couple, and I think there is a standing... No, not here. But there is a job, which we may or may not have in here, to melt stuff. Or I can just go down to our iron processing floor. Is it the furnace? Oh, melt metal object. There. It's happening automatically. Yeah, I was going to say, I'm pretty sure I have a job for if we have things to melt, we will do that. Yeah, that's an excellent point. Oh, that's a good point. What are the auto farm limits set to? We should take a look at that. So auto farm, which doesn't have a GUI. If I just, I guess, status. Yeah, so it's limit 30 for everything, except for plump helmets and pigtails, which sets to 100. Although the current numbers are quite low. Like, 30 for everything might be fine. Although, maybe what I'll do is auto farm default 50. Okay. And then we can override, what the hell on the auto farm again? For the examples. Auto farm threshold number type. Okay. Yeah, just like this. Auto farm threshold. Okay. 300. Mushroom. Helmet. Plump. And grass. Pale pig. Okay. So we'll have more of those. And then the other thing to keep an eye out is the auto seed watch, which tries to maintain a certain number of seeds, which I think is fine. Because I think above this it starts to cook. And that's fine. Like, if the seeds aren't currently being planted, it's fine to cook the excess. I think that's probably okay. But we will start to more aggressively consume the seeds, in theory. Yeah, the reminder that you can smelt anvils is huge. Okay, so this room over here, I do technically have a couple of pigs, but this is a pen / pasture. Yeah, we got a couple of boars, but they're, unfortunately, the 2 boars aren't going to manage to breed. I mean, they're more than welcome to try, but I don't think anyone's going to get preggers out of that, unfortunately. So what would be really nice, and maybe it's something we can ask for from the dwarves, we could put in a specific request for them to bring pigs next year. So in the fall they'll come, and then maybe they'll happen to have a pig, who knows. But we can put in a request for more, because yeah, they don't need to graze, so they're perfectly safe to raise underground. It's a consistent source of meat and leather. How would boars get those foods? I don't know. They're just eating grubs. Haven't you watched the documentary, The Lion King? we know that like things like warthogs and stuff, they just eat grubs, so they're gonna be fine down here. And yeah, hopefully we can get some sows. I should maybe build more bedrooms. Let's build another bedroom block over here. So the quick fort command. We have saved. Hopefully this is the building block. Oh, we're gonna find out. No, that is not the bedroom block for us. Is it this one? Should, you know, probably clean this up at some point. 2x3x6. No, that doesn't make any sense. Did I just, is it possible that I just saved it under, yeah, okay. I never named it, because I'm like, this is kind of just a temporary kind of setup. Not necessarily one we're locking in on. But there you go. Let's do this. Cancel that little bit at the bottom. And dig this out. So that's going to be another 60 bedrooms. Bring us up to 180 bedrooms. Really Halloween candy. Well, that would be interesting. Okay. Wooden bolts. Need logs in linked stockpile. Hold on a sec. Where is our bower? Can I click on this and find out where this happened? Why are you complaining about this stockpile? For making wooden bolts. Cancel make wooden bolts. Need log in linked stockpile. What is this stockpile linked to? No, nothing. Is this alert just not very useful? Maybe they just mean in any stockpile? Okay, is there a way for us to find a workshop of a particular type? Because I'm actually not convinced we have a bower anymore. Wait, no, that's not where you make it. You make it at a craftswork workshop, don't you? That's probably the problem. The craftswork workshop over here is just set to take from this stone workshop. Therefore, it won't do wood operations. And wooden arrows are made at craftswork workshop. So I can remove the restriction here, or I can say that this craftswork workshop can also take from this wood stockpile. Which I guess is what I'm going to do. So this isn't a preferential thing. This is a forced. If you don't specify, if you specify one stockpile, then it overrides anything, I guess. There we go. Make wooden bolts. Okay, that'll get rid of that. The other thing, we're getting swarmed with messages about not having tanned items, because I think with all these leather goods, I didn't actually put in a goal here. 10. I don't know. Do we want to set it to 10? Do we want to? I don't know how many we need to make a tunic. I'm going to set these to just 1. That might not actually be enough for them to do it. I think most things tend to take 1 item. I know breastplates require 3 bars. That's kind of an exception. I just want to cut down on some of the air spam a little bit. Because in theory, we are trying to get a leather industry happening. Let me hide those. Oh, we got a thief. That's fine. White logs. Yeah, what are the white logs? Oh, they're tower cap. So fungus logs from the cavern level. So how busy are we? I can't remember. In the old version, did we used to have an indicator on the main UI over here about number of idle dwarves? Which was always a good sign, like a good number to keep track of. If it was constantly sitting at 0, you were overworked. If it was constantly sitting at a larger number, you need to queue up more. History Nut has been possessed. So what I tend to do is I just come here and I look at how many people don't have a job, but that can be just very temporary, right? In between. Like if we take a look. Blue Phoenix, if I let this go and reopen it, no, we still have nothing. I may be legit a little bit of idleness. History. Oh, claimed a metalsmith's forge. Are you gonna make a weapon? Have you been watching? Yes. So we set up a weaponsmith's guild quite early on, even when we didn't need it, and we had it open to the public, which means skilled weaponsmiths could come and run demonstrations. The idea is to give all of our dwarves at least a tiny bit of the weaponsmith skill, because that then becomes a legal target for like a Fey-Mood kind of thing, which means we can get artifact weapons out of it. Now, sometimes they build stupid artifact weapons, but depending on the mood, it will also set them to be legendary afterwards. Not all moods give you the legendary skill when you're done. I love it when a plan comes together. Exactly. Yeah, because I have a Craftsdwarf workshop over here, which is just has a order specifically here to make the bone bolts. What I might want to do is I might want to take the wooden bolts job out of the generic work queue and give it specifically, and I kind of do think this is the right way to do it. I think what I should do, I'm going to get rid of one of these carpenter's workshops. There's no way we need 3. I think the only thing we make at a carpenter's workshop are probably the beds. Oh, bins and barrels. Yeah, that's kind of legit. But yeah, I'm going to go and trash one of these. And I'm going to replace it with a craft dwarf thing, which has got a specific job. Now, yeah. And what I'll do is I'll remove the, well, you know what? I can keep the take from logs job. So this is still going to be our generic Craftsdwarf workshop that can do a few different things. But I'm going to take the make wooden bolts job, which I thought was near the top. Bone bolts. Why is this not searchable? Come on. Is it near the top? Is that right? Bronze bolts. Yeah, metal bolt jobs. Probably was, wasn't it? Bone bolts. There's a sort. The sort doesn't do that. This sort, all it does is put one-shot jobs at the top above the repeating jobs, which is a great little function. Kudos to DF Hack for adding that. Wooden bolts right there. Okay, so I'm going to remove this from the generic job, and I will add it specifically. Crafts right here. I'm sure we're gonna make stocks a scary amount of ordnance. I know. We had one fortress that someone used the stock to beat. I think like 42 dwarfs. Look, obsidian. Look how sweet this looks. Oh my god. Okay, so work order. So this is no longer going to accept work order jobs. And then we're going to make one specifically for here for wooden boats. And we're going to go and mess with this. So the wiki recommends having at least 2,000 bolts in total per squad, because your squad members can go and reserve up to like 200 bolts each or something like that. I actually made it so that our metal bolts, we're trying to aim for 2,000 metal bolts, 2,000 bone bolts, which will never happen because we don't have enough bones. And I'm going to set up 2,000 wooden bolts as well. So we have plenty for training and the ability to put together a second squad almost immediately. So we're setting a target here, but this is for bolts in general. We want a target of 2,000 wooden bolts for training and maybe hunting and things like that. They do try to use the lowest damage bolts for training jobs, but sometimes they just use metal bolts, but hopefully we'll have lots available. Now, here's the problem. We want to specifically, not 2,000 bolts in general, 2,000 wooden bolts. And there's not a good way to do that. Well, it's not an obvious way to do it, because under material, like you can search for wood, but you're choosing a specific type of wood. Sometimes you use type instead, which isn't the case for bolts. And sometimes use adjective instead, which can be the choice for like leather and stuff. But if you search for wood, you don't get it either. You got to look for plant. So we are looking for 2,000 plant bolts. Now, wooden bolts count as plant bolts, but it's very unintuitive to find. And I'm going to say only do this if we've got, I think we try to keep about 200 logs around. I'm gonna keep a nice buffer here. I'm gonna say only start making these bolts if you got at least 50 logs sitting around. Like, don't be too aggro on it. And yeah, I think we've got a target with our auto chop of trying to keep 200 logs around, which we can double check. Right now it's satisfied, so this is gonna happen, and we'll make up to 10 of these per day. Well, it's 10 jobs. You might make like, you may make like 25 bolts at a time from this. So this is quite an aggressive job, but I think is the right way to do it because we will burn through wooden bolts quite quickly. Now that is specifically assigned to just this workshop. It won't show up at any other workshop, so that's going to be okay. I'm not telling this workshop specifically to grab from wood because, History Net is working. We're going to check out your stuff very shortly here. Normally, like, they do grab the closest piece of wood around to do it, which will mostly be here if they're in the area. If they end up grabbing logs somewhere else on their way here, it's fine because wood's not that heavy compared to a stone. Okay, what did you pick up here, History Nut? Silver bars, obsidian blocks, granite blocks, gems, cloth, gems. Oh, this is going to be an artifact with a capital A, baby. Woo! Potato bolts, eggplant bolts. I watched a D&D movie. I know that thrown potatoes can be deadly. Very dangerous. If we got a silver warhammer out of this, it'd be epic. So I think the first thing they grab is the base material, I think. So presumably this is going to be a silver blah. Now, if this ends up being a silver sword, it's not going to be great, because silver is a fairly soft metal, so it's not great for an edge. But it's very dense, so it's great for bludgeoning. Some hostile... Oh, those are the... Yeah, Forgotten Beasts. And the thieving creatures, have got that many, it's just going to be the birds, so we can ignore those. Training is back on, which is nice. I think... all of our hunters are part of our archer squad, so half the year they're not actively hunting, but... There's a reason why spud cannons, potato cannons are classified as weapons. Ooh. Okay, we got a new Forgotten Beast. Mot Numarathrig. A huge quadruped composed of mud, so it's going to be pretty soft. It has wings and appears emaciated. Beware its deadly spittle. I mean, not ideal, but... I think this is you. Yeah, that's the new one. And this is Cavern 1, which is all enclosed. So we have 3 Forgotten Beasts wandering around Cavern 1 right now, and I'm kind of okay with that. I'm kind of curious to see where this guy's going to path to. Let's follow him for a little while. Oh yeah, we have one of these pools of water was kind of drained. I wonder if they'll fight. One of the fiery beasts. Oh, there we go. Dwarven caravan. One of the fiery beasts walked through this pool of water, this like underground lake, and evaporated almost all of it, which is crazy. All right, Dwarven caravan has arrived. We will move all of our finished goods bins, minus any that might have gloves, apparently. There we go. But there should be some mugs in this one. Come on, fight! A silver warhammer! Now the question is, do we slap this on someone immediately? Oh my god, this is huge! This would be a really good case for Dwarf Therapist. Because what I want to do is find out which of our dwarves has the right skill for the Warhammer. Okay, let's take a look at this bad boy. Right down at the bottom. This is Shetbathatek Kazeth Zagod, Twinklebore, the Prowler of Gripping. It's worth 16,000 dwarf bucks. This is a silver warhammer. All craft dwarfship is of the highest quality. It's encrusted with rose-cut citrines, square brilliant-cut jelly opals, and they wiggle a little. And marquise-cut morions and studded with silver. This object is adorned with hanging rings of alpaca wool and menaces with spikes of obsidian, granite, and morion. Okay. So, like, for example, our, like, military squad's leader is Ethos over here. We could switch them, since they're our leader and all. Now we only need to make another 39,999 warhammers. There we go. The weapons have DPS stats and such. So, yes, they're not visible necessarily. So, depending on what type of weapon you make, depending on what kind of metal it's made out of, depending on what kind of quality you get from the crafting, dramatically increases or changes the damage that is made. They also do different types of damage. So obviously Warhammer does bludgeoning damage, which is actually quite good for several different things. The bludgeoning tends to go and is able to punch through armor surprisingly well. I think by just like carrying a lot of kinetic force through it. And so if you're fighting, generally, if you're fighting things that are heavily armored, I think the Warhammers do better than swords. Although, so I think slashing does very bad against hard armor. Piercing, like from a spear, is actually exceptional. Maybe I'm getting a little bit confused. I know, I think the Warhammers still do pretty well. There's a little bit going on with my RimWorld cross knowledge that's happening. The blunt weapons are really good at mashing undead. Because undead can be very hard to kill with a pierce or slash, but much better on a mash. Anyway, so like when I'm thinking with Athos over here, what I could do is I could remove the command to equip the steel short sword. You have a masterwork short sword, which is pretty nice. And you probably have skill. And what I could do is I could say new weapon, and I could say specific weapon, and equip this. But I have no way of knowing if this person has the skill in this. And the possibility might be that no one in my entire fortress might have the skill for the Warhammer. I don't know if there's a way. Yeah, I don't know if there's anything in here that would help with that. Piercing damage good for large targets. Yeah, enough length to get through the thick hide. We could just download Dwarf Therapist, which there was just an update, and Dwarf Therapist isn't always as quick to update as DF Hack. Although I think DF Hack has an ability to export like the memory locations that is used for Dwarf Therapist. The thing with Dwarf Therapist is you can get a really good look and breakdown at all your dwarf skills. Give hack to sort dwarf by skill. I mean, when we're choosing someone for a squad, we do get some good info there. And DF Hack does enable you to sort by certain weapon skills. I guess what I could do, if I... Okay, Great Griff. Okay, I can sort by the hammer. Okay, so what this should be going right now, what's on show on hammer. Theoretically, what this is doing is it's sorting people. The best hammer dwarf should be at the top. It's not listed as one of their name skills, so I think this means there's no one in my fortress that is particularly good at hammering necessarily. So I could give it to anyone. There is the question of, should I maybe not equip it to anyone right away? Should we save it? I don't know. I kind of want to have someone start using it. And it's fine. If we give it to someone and they die on this map, it's fine. We can recover it. The problem is if I send the squad to raid a location and they die, then we lose that artifact. Potentially, we could re-raid the location and get it back at some point. But yeah, will they train up the skill? Yeah, they will. We could also, here's what I'm wondering. We got the tin swords. I'm wondering, and it's often what I do, we could make one squad that's based entirely around Warhammers. And I think that's what we're going to do. And then we'll just train that up. We'll make some Warhammers, and we'll give the squad leader the best weapon. I think I like that idea. Oh, you could equip it to the captain and leave him there. The Hammer of Punishment. Yeah, you don't want a powerful hammer to do your punishment. But let's say I did another, one of my light armor squads, because I'm going to train up some of the armor skill. And then assign leaders. And, okay, well, for this, what we want is sort of a best teacher or tactics who's not already in another military. So, Sadado over here. He's listed as a weaponsmith, but he doesn't actually have the weaponsmith job, so I suspect he's not that high up. Oh, we should check to see if the kid became legendary. I don't remember what kind of flip it was. So we clearly don't have anyone who's really good at tactics, but theoretically, Sadado is better. I think this is showing their tactics number. I'm just realizing over here. So they have a level 1 tactics. So we'll go and give this to Sadado. And then what we're going to do is we're going to sort. I mean, we might want to sort just by melee effectiveness. Right? No, yeah. Do you have a level 7 hammer skill? Oh, okay. That's a lot better than I thought. Roarly. And then don't include anyone from other squads. Yeah, so you're still going to be in here. Earth Bison, so this ranking here is not, for effectiveness, is not based on a skill. It's based on a calculation that DF Hack is doing, based on maybe they have a lot of strength and fortitude, like what might make them good. So Earth Bison here doesn't actually have any skill for weapons, but has decent physical potential. So we'll go ahead and throw them in. And tech over here as well. I'm going to skip over Nuclear Raisin, who's our doctor, and it's got some important tasks. We'll throw in Urban Wolf. Yeah, Elrathil also isn't assigned to a job. Or Clemo, or Adventuring Penguin. There's Rory Lee. Grauer he's not necessarily assigned to be a Gnostician. He does have some military skill. Yeah, congratulations, you're in the group. And we'll finish you off with Ghost Boyson. Okay, so we have a new squad. I'm gonna... Wait, can I just name you whatever I want? I thought we had to take the picker. Hammers of Silver. The Silver Hammers. Oh. That's interesting. So if I use this, I can only use the Dwarf Fortress thing. But if I use here, I can name it whatever. Maybe they have an internal name and an external name. I don't know. Anyway, that's going to be okay. All right, so we got to go here. Now, the light weapon designation that I gave them includes a short sword by default, which we're not going to do. And Sadado, as the leader, congratulations. You are specifically... Don't lose it. You're going to get the Artifact Warhammer. Congratulations. And the rest of these... It'll be a little tedious because I'm going to do this one at a time unless I make a second outfit. We're going to say Warhammers. And I don't know if we got a lot of silver. You know what? I might not specify a material. So our Warhammers, regardless, are probably going to be pretty heavy. I don't think I'll specify a material. We'd ideally like to make them dense, but that's, that's going to be our responsibility to just try to maintain the right ones. Custom. One more. Gold Warhammers would be great, but you can't make them. I think they can be made via artifacts just randomly, but gold is not a valid material for us to do. So we're going to put in a one-shot job here for Silver Warhammers, and it's going to default to 10. Really, we only need 9, so I'll do that. So we'll do this. We might still have some Warhammers kicking around, but we're going to put in the queue there. Now, under bars, well, I guess if I search for silver, we have 21 silver bars. I don't know... Oh, we also have sterling silver bars. I don't know how many bars you need per Warhammer, but that'll do. All right, trader available over here. Still waiting for some things. I'll request the broker come here, and we're waiting. Ooh, look at this. I think that's a bin full of mugs. Very heavy. Did you just drop it short? Someone dropped a bunch of bins one tile short. Are you sleeping here? Hanseless Ben. Okay, well, I'm sorry you got so exhausted. You have a bedroom? You don't have a bedroom. Okay, well, we're working on it. All right, someone delivered it, or grabbed it and is bringing it back all the way downstairs, which would be somewhat annoying. Okay, they're all here. Trade. Okay. Right, these are these things I requested. I'm gonna get all this. Potash, pearl ash, coke, charcoal, great stuff. Yes, we'll want the lice again. This is what we asked for. These are empty bags. I think we can live without. And yeah, meat, fish, plants. I mean, I guess I could buy the plump helmets. And I might. We're going to take a look. I don't want copper greaves. We do like greaves. Okay, so that's not much. So under plants, is it all plump helmets? I guess that makes sense. I mean, it might not be all plump helmets, but that's what I'm going to do. This is going to give us a ridiculous amount. But we are a little low on them. Okay. Probably because we're making tons of them to drink. You know what? I'll grab a bunch of the leaves and fruit too, because we're sitting on tons of cash. So Search for mug. Select all the mugs. Ooh, yeah, the profit is huge. There you go. In the green, we'll make them real happy. I will offer you this. Now, they didn't have a pig. And I don't know, since we're the mountain home, I don't know if we can put in a request the same way. Oh, we had from one of our waves of things, we have a... There you go. This ewe over here was not assigned to our pasture, so they're currently hungry. And data construction. Is it anvils? It is an anvil. You know what? I will go and make the repeating task. So, forge one. Okay, one anvil at a time. This is going to repeat every month. So on a 3 anvil job, it'll take 3 months, but I think we've got time for that. So every month, just try to make 1 anvil, and it'll keep the king happy whenever they come up with their bullshit. And then yeah, we can just smelt some things down in response. 1 silver per hammer. Oh, that's pretty good. Okay. Outside of the breastplate that costs 3 bars, is there anything else that's got a multiple cost like that? Any other piece of armor? Like, what about chainmail? I could see that maybe taking 2. I'm assuming things like greaves and gauntlets and things and helms just take 1 each. You have something white being picked up by the camera on the top. Oh. Maybe just a tiny little gap in the green screen? Could be. Hey, we got more migrants. Yeah, migrants are not a problem anymore. Oh, broker, no, you can be freed up, my friend. Reefs cost 2 instead of 1, like leggings. Ah, okay. A bunch more bolts over there. So, I'm wondering, like, I guess maybe from time to time, what I want to do is go into ammunition. And yeah, just toggle. Okay, with the unforbid command. Can I specify? I know I can put an all. You unforbid all. I guess that's just the way it is. Okay. I'd like unforbid bolts. Is chainmail production classed as knitting or crochet? The purpose of hammer making, copper is heavier than iron. Okay. I do, I have a spreadsheet that I dug up because I want to remind myself of what my my preferred armor layout is. Something I put together like a year or so ago. Not very pretty, it's not shareable, but it was just like reminding myself of what do I want people to wear? And I do include metal preference by type on this. So when you're looking at a blunt weapon, like a warhammer, the best is platinum, very dense, but you can't choose to make platinum. It would have to be an artifact. Second best, and apparently tied, would be steel and silver, then copper, bismuth, bronze, then iron. And adamantine is like the worst, because adamantine is super light, so it makes a terrible warhammer. But it is a good weapon to give your warhammer, or your hammerer, because when they try to met out justice to other dwarves, they're very unlikely to kill them. It's like just a big squeaky inflatable hammer. Now, for edge weapons, it's a different order. For an edge weapon, the best thing would be adamantine. Second best would be steel. Third best would be iron. Then you get bronze, bismuth, copper, and like worse is down at like the silver level, because again, it's a very soft edge. You could use the militia squad assignment page, which shows military skills in a list. Which this screen? Forever Frey over on YouTube. You can lead me down the garden path here of exactly what screen you're talking about. That would be awesome. Steel is better than silver if you're made out of metal for hammers. Okay, but I think that might be true, because I do have it set. Like I've got it listed as steel/silver, and it might be that I'm like, okay, steel is maybe better than silver, but usually we are using our steel for armor and things like that. So I think is why I still prefer it. Walker imposed a ban. That's fine. Military squad assignment page. And the mugs. I better not. Don't even joke about that. Yeah, with 3 nobility here, there's a lot of potential for some crankiness. Anything changed in our justice system in a while? Unsolved. Theft of Shadow Loves. Oh! Accused Piano Man! Oh, this is like a year ago. I wonder if we've gotten any better. Yeah, already interviewed Piano Man. Should we just assume Piano Man is guilty? You know what? It's all hearsay. That's fine. We're going to convict Piano Man. Yep. Now, I don't know what the verdict is. Convicted. Oops. Sentence. No sentence pending. You're one of our warriors. Created something. You're leading armor demonstration. I don't know. Bacon Eater did it. Did a Forgotten Beast die? We did kill one, yeah. Oh, I know it says 2 hostiles. That might be what you're asking. I'm betting there's still a Forgotten Beast down here. That is just not visible right now. Or one might have died. Where's the guy who looked like a big, gross, like zombie dude? Yeah, because sometimes we lose vision of them, and they're not dead, but they don't show up in our hostiles list. There's a dude who used to hang out over here. If I search for Quelg, I think it might be that one. Well, it's not going to work here if you're not visible. Deceased. Yeah. So one of these we killed. Yeah, one of the Forgotten Beasts killed another Forgotten Beast. All right. Oh, right. Yes, thank you. I wanted to check the skill level that dwarf that made the artifact. So that was this one. Does it not say who made it here? Yeah, it was one of the refill. Well, I guess what I could do is I could check a weaponsmiths. No, we only have one legendary weaponsmith, so they didn't go and get infinite skills from the job. Oh, History Nut. Yeah, it was History Nut. Thank you. So this, yeah, they're still only dabbling. So it was the type of strange mood that doesn't give you the skill. So how is... Yeah, we're still waiting for all this material. Construction is like weirdly backlogged. Oh, we might be out of Gabbro. Although we got a bunch of Gabbro blocks. Have people reserved these? I think that's what these little arrows are. You take. You don't have a designated give to place. But we might want to dig out some more Gabbro. These are not Gabbro floors. Oh, I'm betting. There you go. A catch-all area over here. You got some other stuff too, but we're gonna go and dig out a ton more Gabbro, please. This can be a low priority job, like down to a 7. There you go. Is the throne room ready? Oh, over here, what did I want to do? Oh, I want to set a couple metalsmiths forges. Right. You know, we've got the anvils. Oh, that is looking very nice. Okay. So, we're setting up a office. That is the throne room. Sept. And that's for the monarch. Then we're setting up a dining hall. Then we're setting up a bedroom. Okay, then these things have to be decorated. Now you've got it, but it's not fancy enough. Actually, the throne room is fancy enough, just by virtue of its size. And maybe the rock's adding some value. Well, let's go and furnish these other rooms anyway, before we do anything else, because, I mean, obviously that'll add some value. I have a giant dining hall here. And yeah, I like leaving that middle area open, because that's the idea of that's where the servers go up and down, refill drinks and stuff. It's so practical. We haven't even done any engraving or anything over here. Bed here. And I'm just going to do a crap ton of chests. They don't need this many, but again, it's adding some value. And then a crap ton of cabinets. And I think what I'll end up doing too, even though this won't be terribly functional, I'm going to set up a little, there you go, just a little sitting room over here. Like more of a private study, although it's all part of the bedroom and just adding that value. All right, let's let that go for a while, because they want a few objects, but they've got some of them. They got the weapon racks and armor stands, because I put them in the tomb. They need 10 chests and 5 cabinets. That's not enough chests. This is going to be more than 10, but that's okay. The king deserves fanciness. Now, the tomb over here, let's go and put in a smooth command. And then we'll engrave afterwards. It's all smoothed. Doing the hallway. You know what? It's fine. We'll do some of this hallway. That's okay. All right. Too bad you can't make porcelain. Monarch needs a porcelain throne. Is there a construction job that I've maybe have borked? Is it masonry? Well, we don't have a mason job. Masonry is what construction is now, right? And because it's not defined anywhere, I think just anyone will do it. But I suppose what I could do is enable it as a thing. And then I could leave it on everyone does this, but also be like, hey, listen, you guys do this full time. I'm hoping that'll encourage people to like finish these walkways, finish this stuff over here. Does throne room have the legendary throne? Oh, maybe that's what's increasing the value. That's a good point. Yes, it's a legendary throne. Illicid Dakig. Othsal Shodel. Hit that value real fast. Yeah, we'll get the furniture in there. Well, maybe I'll start some engraving, actually. We can engrave, I was going to say the shared walls. I think they weirdly only engrave one side of it for some reason. You don't have control over it necessarily. But we'll do a few of those. Well, we really don't need those because the throne room is already nice enough. So if I'm going to do more engravings in the dining room, we'll do the floor. I mean, we'll probably engrave everything at some point regardless. But we'll just start a little trickle of it first. Spike Manus is a spikes of obsidian, so how do you sit on it? Very carefully. It's that old joke. How do porcupines make love? Very carefully. Oh, I just realized this squad here never got a schedule. There you go. You're on staggered training, please. Goodbye, dwarves! Next time you come, bring pigs. And yeah, there's no diplomacy thing for it anymore, so I don't get to put in specific requests. So I don't know if, like, in the future, that's just going to be, like, generic stuff or what? Need tan hides. Need more hunting, or yeah, we need the pigs to start going. We might be able to buy pigs from humans, although we don't get to request anything from either. So we'll see. Bedroom. Yeah, no, the king want, you know, we're going, and we might not need to go quite so fancy, but it is really challenging to meet the fanciness requirements for the ruler. Speaking of, yeah, Mr. Discord, the king was just sitting right over here eating some porridge. I had some porridge this morning, some oatmeal. Delish. Never at least one hammer dwarf or resident who arrived early on. I'm wondering if they might just be a permanent resident and not a citizen yet, because you can't draft permanent residents. All right, so it is mid-autumn. The brook is frozen over, which means our waterfall is not going to be waterfalling anymore. But moods are mostly okay. We do have one orange mooded person over here. What's your deal? Who is it? It's Piano Man. Well, you did just get accused of a crime. Felt guilty after being confined. Yeah. But you're in a training session? Are you? It looks like you're here. Yeah, you spent 7 days in prison. It's nothing. Bacon Eater's like, what? That's what I do for holidays for a good time. Stop committing crimes, you'll feel better. He's like, I didn't even admit to anything. I'm innocent, I tell you. Innocent! Okay, let's get our quick fort GUI, and as we found out, that's our unnamed blueprint over here. And like so. I'll show shoes smoothing commands. I was highlighting those, but not. Okay, we'll let the furniture come in and we'll do some smooth afterwards. But yeah, we had some dwarves without bedrooms, so we're fixing that now. That brings us to 180 bedrooms, plus the noble ones. And remember that some people are paired off. So most likely we'll actually never need more bedrooms than this because we have a cap. We have soft cap on our population, which is when migrants stop at 200. I think our hard cap is at 220 or 250. So with babies and stuff, we could go over a little bit. We might end up building a few more bedrooms, but I would be surprised if we needed any. We do a little overflow dormitory, but I don't know about that. End of the mandate. High quality mugs. We could start encrusting those with jewelry too. Then they really sell for a ton of money. There's little bugs in here. That's what's happening. The pigs are just eating the grubs. Okay, so I'm assuming, yeah, you have a mausoleum. You want a royal mausoleum. We could maybe do statues and things. I think the thing to do is just to do a little bit of smoothing. I'm just gonna do a strip down the middle. I'm not even gonna do the walls. Do that, which is probably more than we need, but it'll look kind of nice. And if it's not enough, then we'll smooth some more. And this is a very low priority engraving in the dining hall, but people should be getting like legendary dining hall thoughts. Hopefully. There we go. It's funny, different materials being used, so we get different colored stuff. Yeah, all the petition situation is good. I could do a pre-smooth on some of these areas here too. Well, part of me is like, it's Valerite. Oh, you're zinc. Yeah, we can. Although there's hematite. I'm actually very tempted to mine out this hematite and then build a wall. I think I will. We'll do a low priority, and then an auto, like that. So if we got some idle miners, they can come over here and mine out this hematite. And then we'll have to construct a wall to make it look good after, but that's fine. Dr. Young, anything major happen? We did have one Forgotten Beast get into our base because the second tavern lair is... Oh, there we go. You know what? Making the full-time masons, I think, has fixed some of our issues. So we're going to go and wall in some more. I could even build fortifications here to shoot through. No, we're just going to go solid wall. One level up. Yeah, we're good. We're just trying to finish enclosing this space. Now, technically, there's still this door here. I wonder if Forgotten Beast can't go through locked doors. I think I'm going to go and put a forbid on this. I mean, they can smash through things, but I'm wondering if by putting this here, it'll just prevent casual walkthroughs. All right, we have a little bit of a down tunnel over here. So the third cavern level, which would also have the magma sea, has not been spotted yet. Make gloves. I do think we have the gloves job, so they want gloves and anvils. When's orange? Hold on. Is the gloves job starting to time out? Here, let's make cloth gloves. First of all, I'm going to make a 2-time job. Make sure it happens immediately. But then I'm going to do another one. Because our regular citizens will wear these gloves. So if we end up with a bunch of them sitting around, it's not the end of the world. So I'm going to put in the thing where we do 1 cloth glove every month. So it should auto-handle that. You make 1 cloth glove, not 3. I think gloves get made in pairs. I think shoes, gauntlets, greaves, I think they get made in pairs. And mittens and gloves. Socks, perhaps? What's the farm? Yeah, I mean, we're still not using all the farmland that's available, but in theory, we're fine. We got lots of plants now. We did just do a bunch of trade for it, of course, so that helps. Oh, yes, our big gabbro dig. Also some olivite and some chromite over here. These are just rocks. These are not ores in this game. One pair, not 3 pair. I mean, for the glove, right now it's saying it wants 2 of 2. Oh, which just finished. They were asking for 2 of 2. I think a previous one was 3. Oh, right, and our Baron is still really unhappy. Oh, right, because we never did go and do this at all, actually. My bad there. Door. And then we're going to use the same layout as these others. So you're going to get a dining hall in the front. And then, actually, maybe I'll put down the furniture first so I don't forget which is which. So, I mean, rotationally, I guess that would go there. And then a chair there for the office. And then a bed over there. And I guess I'll do the same thing where we have 3 chests. This may not be rotationally symmetrical, but well. And then that. And then, yeah, you're going to want some armor and weapon stands as well. A couple weapon racks. A couple of armor stands. And then for your dining room, okay, and then, so office, shabam, and bedroom, shabam, and so this is all going, there you go, Walker, okay. You were just waiting for your chest cabinets, weapon stands, but you're happy about the quality of, well, mostly, but it'll probably get better. Now, if you had an old room, that can also mess up things. I don't know if there's an easy way that can select you here, but I guess if I go here and then find Walker, and then open you up, and then find your rooms. Yeah, what we want is your modest quarters, which is here. Wait, what? How is this your room, Walker? This is an inn's room. There, remove assignment. My dwarves claim these? Was the messenger one never have one assigned? So the messenger is if you have holdings on the world map, which we do. Like these locations over here in light blue or teal, these are my holdings. So you can get these by conquering places, or they just get founded and then get linked to you, which is what happened here. I can send a messenger here and ask them to like send me dwarves, for example. Yeah, I just assumed that these would be off limits to my own dwarves. And now I'm like, should I go through and manually unassign all these? Because they're supposed to be guest rooms. It's really weird that my dwarves can claim those. Really weird. Anyway, we're gonna have lots of bedrooms soon. This is coming along. How you feeling about your tomb? Still not quite there. It's a grand mausoleum, but not a royal one. We may have to go and engrave everything, but we'll go and retake a look soon-ish. Everything here is fine. And how's our little tavern? Oh, I might want to do the thing where I say make this top priority, actually. Because while there's plenty of stuff on the surface I want to get done as well, stealing in this cavern layer is super ultra mega important. Thank you. These are falling. Oh yeah, our entire little walkway is done over here now. Nice. I'm gonna go and put a door right there. Hopefully that doesn't interrupt that up ramp. Push comes shove, they can use this up ramp to get in here, but that would be a little annoying. And then, oh, I also want a roof. So, construction, floor, gabbro blocks, sure. There you go. Get that bad boy sealed in. A little barracks above the butcher shop and various things. It's not a very nice smelling area, but it works. And yeah, I built this. I don't think well, clearly because we've seen caravans. I don't think the brook blocks caravans, but you know, let's go ahead and build a little bridge so they don't have the ford thing. We know how bad that can go from playing Oregon Trail. If there's no available bed, dwarves will claim other beds, Aegean taverns. Not sure about hospitals. Well, hospitals aren't bedrooms. Like the tavern ones are bedrooms. So yeah, I do wonder, when we get the other set of bedrooms established down below, I might go and unassign all the bedrooms, which I don't know if that'll mess up the permanent citizens or not, and, you know, how they'll reclaim it, but I might consider doing something of that nature. We got our levers to control this, which has been good. People praying in the generic temple over here. Yeah, we don't want our own dwarves in those little bedrooms. That's not going to make them happy. Oh, we got snatchers. Well, hopefully they get dealt with. Lots of actions. Our military may have been actively training, which will chase them off. But the snatchers do run as soon as they get spotted. Although sometimes they do get someone. We do have a goblin in a cage. Now, here's an interesting question. Oh, you're loading the cage trap. But we've seen before... Oh, I can't access you. We've seen a goblin snatch a child, have it in the bag, then get caught in a cage trap. And then we had to, like, fix that issue. We will get a warning if that's the case, that, like, some child is, like, slowly dehydrating. And then we'll just respond to the situation at that time. Limestone as well. Limestone's a flux stone, isn't it? Yeah. Need a forgotten beast called dysentery? Feels like the last thing we need, but sure. Yeah, these anvils are still marked for smelting. I think I set up an order for a melt. I want to check to see. Thought it was an order. Unless there's an auto melt thing. I think it's melt something, but I'm not sure. Unless it's smelt meltable, in which case I'll never find it. But, well, if we search here. Melt the metal object. Oh, you saw melt metal? Why is this not searchable? It's the most powerful feature in all of Dwarf Fortress. Oh, there it is. Melt. Oh, I have it set to do 4 at a time. We could probably do something like melt 1 per day. Yeah, I have at least 5. So I'm just going to change this to, if there's 1, melt 1. As long as there's lots of coal. There. Melt 1 item per day, as long as there's something to melt. What about instead of dysentery, it was dysentery? You're mean to a guy named Harry. It just makes me think of Harry from, well, any iterations of the actor, this or that. Let's say Terry from Brooklyn Nine-Nine. You couldn't be mean to him. Oh, production mandate near... Oh, anvil. Okay, the anvil one's probably one getting salty, and gloves. Again, we have those jobs somewhere in here. Right? Forge, it's checked off as an acceptable thing, so theoretically it's in a queue somewhere. If we go to our metal processing floor, iron anvil, here, I'll put an important on there. It's possible. Okay, so this is armor and weapon jobs. Oh, we have run into issues sometimes where people are a little bit idle. Forge this, forge that. So I'm assuming an anvil job is black/metal crafting. With TX Cop is set to do that and exclusively. So what is TX doing currently? Okay, you are on your way to forge an iron anvil. All right, good. Well, it took you too long, but gotta get your ass in gear here, buddy. Oh, is this you? Are you hauling something heavy? No. No, that's Theodolus who's gonna go and smelt some stuff. Oh, here we are. TX, forging an iron anvil. Be quick! Or it'll be considered a crime and someone will be arrested. Are they working on multiplayer? Would that be impossible? I don't think there's any plans to do multiplayer in Dwarf Fortress. No, I don't think so. Although I feel like there has been some sort of weird DF hacky thing. Like you could have something where someone is like streaming of you. You could, have DF hack have some sort of networking thing where it can queue up commands or some bizarre thing like that. But the multiplayer I can see would be trade related. That would be cool. Like for RimWorld, there's a couple of different multiplayer things. First of all, there's an actual multiplayer mod, and all it does is basically everyone's on the same map, and just anyone can issue a command. And it's basically the host computer is just getting fed, like, player 3 has issued a thing to, like, build a wooden wall here, and then it just gets replicated on the host controller. And you can do something kind of like that. But then I think there's also a mod in RimWorld that is meant to be, like, trade between multiplayer. Everyone's running their own base, but you can like send a trade caravan to this other person. That's kind of cool. Okay, it's probably another round of anvils. It is, which we should be making 1 per month. Hopefully that's fast enough. A little bit of vomit here, probably from someone who is cave adapted and having to spend some time out in the sun. That's why I like to have my military train on the surface so they don't get like the sun disease, so that they can building good. So that they can fight on the surface without constantly vomiting. That's important. Y'all have wheelbarrows set on your metal ore stockpiles. Should. Take a look. So, this is the stockpile for our flux metal. We also have 3 wheelbarrows set there. And the metal chunks, 3 wheelbarrows. And the extra iron ore is a bonus one. Oh, Walker Ranger! The Baronet's taken by a Feymood. All right. And the Iron War one, yeah, has one on there as well. You can see a wheelbarrow here and here. Yeah. Because you don't want dwarves hauling rocks. They're very too heavy. You want them to use a wheelbarrow. A metalsmith's forge. Well, hold on a second. You do have weaponsmithing. I don't know. So I think it likes to pick the highest mutable skill, which presumably must be weaponsmithing because it's our highest skill. If you've got more than one mutable skill, I don't know if it's guaranteed to be the highest one or if it's random, but this is great. We should be getting another artifact weapon based on rose gold. Okay, so this is going to be, well, we could end up with a gold warhammer. Again, you can't normally make a gold warhammer, but gold is dense. I don't know what rose gold's density is necessarily. But yeah, in theory, this could be another great warhammer. Or it might be something crap. Feymood can be anything. Oh, and right, that's the other thing, is depending on the type of mood, sometimes it's based on their mutable skills, their highest mutable skills, potentially, and they do become legendary at the end. Some, they don't, and some is like, What's the one is like, there's like the one where they get possessed by like a demon where they go and like, they kill a dwarf and then build something out of like the dwarven skin and bones. Pretty fucked up artifact, but very cool. But yeah, I never remember the different variations in these moods. Building over there, which is fine. Google says the same as regular gold. Okay, rose gold. How do you make the rose gold? Is it like copper plus gold or something? Just trying to think of something that might give it a different tint. All right, we got a mysterious construction going on. Sort of working on a DF MMO. Ooh. Gonna be a rose gold fork. So early winter. At some point, we are going to start raiding. But I don't think we've got the military skill quite yet for that. And actually, I suspect people are waiting for equipment. Like, we go and take a look at the equipment over here. Yeah, lots of leather goods are still coming. I think when we were on, like, full-on steel thing, well, our simple steel outfit was basically a little bit of leather and a steel breastplate. I think more things were satisfied. But here, yeah, we're waiting on lots of things. I don't know what happens if we have half the armor, because I'm telling people to wear a leather hood and then a steel helm on top. And so I don't know what the color coding will be if that's only partially met. Because green is when it's fully equipped. Yellow is when they've claimed something but aren't wearing it. And red is when rose gold short sword. So that is going to be a garbage item. That is not very useful for combat. It is Somdural, which sounds like something right out of Lord of the Rings. Means Oracle Honored. It's worth 27,000 dwarf bucks because gold. This is a rose gold short sword. All craft worship is of the highest quality. It is studded with rose gold and encircled with bands of pine, oval native aluminum cabochons, and baguette cut clear glass gems. This object menaces with spikes of graphite. On the item is an image of Zazir Dreamed Anvil, the dwarf and dwarves in Dogbone. Zazir Dreamed Anvil is surrounded by the dwarves. Artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf Zazir Dream Anvil to the position of queen of the classic communes, that's our civilization, in 38. On the item is an image of trillion cut gems, that's a lot of gems, in pink tourmaline. Alrighty. Perfect butter knife. Yeah. And perfect letter opener. So yeah, I think we're still waiting on a lot of leather goods to be made for our armoring. Now, I don't know how much leather we've got kicking around, and it might not be that much. It would be great to have bought a ton more. Would leather show up in here? Do we not? Is that under tanned hides? Tanned hides. And we have none. Okay. I might want to take my hunters out of the military, but they're legendary marks dwarves, so I kind of want them to be in there. And they do have some downtime, which is okay. Yeah, see these guys. They're set to do that, and exclusively. When they're not drafted, they should be aggressively hunting. I suppose we could send the Queen Consort to do some hunting as well. Assuming we've got extra weapons and things. Perfect Sword's Justice. I don't know, can you equip the hammer with that sword? Does that have to actually be a hammer? I think it was cut a trillion times. Yes, I do realize it's a type of gem shape. But it's like the old cliche joke about like Brazilian, you know? Oh, there was a terrible disaster and like you know, the terrible car crash and 2 Brazilians died. Oh, how much is a Brazilian again? Something like that. It's cheesy. It's terrible pun. There is someone in Brazil who has read 1 page of my novel and has never gone back to it. Same in Australia. I can't track individual people. Things get grouped up by nation. Oh, and this isn't just any reading. This is specifically for people on Kindle Unlimited, which is sort of like the Netflix for books kind of thing, where you can just download a book for free, assuming it's part of it. Freaking hell, we got a lot of Forgotten Beasts. That tracks, because you get paid based on how many pages are read. It's like, and I keep checking every day. I'm like, have they picked up the book again? The Forgotten Beast, Wawana Elothathenele, has come. A gigantic skinless Dimetrodon. We're getting a few of those. It has a spiral shell and appears to be emaciated. Beware, it's poisonous gas. Okay, well, where is you? Minus 52. Okay, so this is part of the second cavern lair, not the first. I mean, maybe they're linked. Did we finish all those walls? We did. Okay, so in theory, unless I'm wrong, and I'm never wrong, I don't think this one can get to us. We shouldn't have anyone running out down there because we've got the door locked and stuff. This Forgotten Beast should never spot a dwarf. Eventually, we're going to go and clear out all these caverns. Quill18 sent you a reminder. Keep on reading the book. So yes, don't worry. You're not uniquely identifiable. And the page red thing only applies to the Kindle Unlimited stuff. I mean, although I do have an RFID tracker in the paperback, so I know exactly what you do with it. Just chilling in there, hopefully. We got a bunch of pet Forgotten Beasts is what's going on. Now, if we were playing a game where we didn't have access to the surface and it was really important that we had access to the cavern layers, that would be substantially scarier. But we aren't, so we should be okay. Surface crops, bring in some more trees. That situation seems fine. We got lots of drink. Everything is stable that way. Oh, how's our bedrooms over here? They're coming along. Coming along. If we're chopping more trees, because we're making beds. Yeah, sure, we'll accept another bard. Yeah, so this one's just running around. Can't get to anything. Good. Good. And eventually they settle. At some point, they find a place they're comfortable in, and they just sit there. Maybe they have a certain timer. They're like, oh, we'll randomly wander for a while, and if I don't run into anything, then to save CPU cycles or something, we're going to have them turn fairly idle. Need a side tube to let the beasts out when the goblins show up. Now, that would be funny. Some people do manage to trap forgotten beasts. You know, by slamming down some walls or put them in a pen or something, then you can drop people in there, and it can be very funny. If you get one that does breathe out webs, and you can cause it to keep triggering that, then you can go and harvest that for silk. I don't like that there's this item just sitting on the surface here. It's not RimWorld, so it doesn't decompose out here. But it's weird. I would have thought that our catch-all stockpile would have collected that. It's certainly got some room in it. It is getting pretty full. Got a lot of extra food too, which we've got a lot of things taken from this catch-all, which has always been the goal. We do have a lot of these cages, including a bunch of goblin cages. I mean, we'll probably just drop them in the magma, right? Right? I think so. I think that's probably the plan. People, we could consume like a fourth army, but I'm not going to because we're mostly materially limited. I like the hospital is nice and busy. Lots of people seeing demonstrations in the hospital, which is going to boost more people to have medical skill. Actually, at this point, I could probably go and assign more specialized roles too. Like, do we have a specific good surgeon? Dead William is a talented surgeon. And Dead William's, we can't have someone in more than one role. Yeah. Although you can just put them in the generic doctor job, and that works. Well, we could put Neilroy. Like, we could have a bunch of specialists. So Nuclear Raisin is a generic doctor that can handle all sorts of, like, random filler roles. Worsington is our diagnostician and the chief medical dwarf. Yeah, all right, we'll do that. Dead Willem, good name for a doctor. Yeah. At least it's him that's dead, not, you know, everyone else. Okay, engraving here is almost done. How are we looking here? No cabinets. You need a cabinet, Walker. I think we do. Yeah, we've got cabinets in here, and actually one's about to be delivered, so that's good. And then your tomb's not fancy enough. I think this is probably Walker's tomb over here. And, you know, it's legit. It's not as big. You don't need it to be as fancy because you're a baron, but I'll go ahead and we'll issue an engrave over here. I guess I could cancel that one. because these really won't affect that room. But we'll do that. That'll satisfy that. And then our count is fine. Our monarch still needs things fancied up. They have all their objects. Yeah, and it's probably just going to be engraving. I think I'm going to put it engrave. I'll put it lower priority. We already had a little bit in here, but we'll get some more. We'll do that, and then we'll just build up a trickle at time. Oh, your tomb's also not fancy enough. We did a little bit of engraving there. So I'm just going to go ahead and do that. We'll engrave all of this. Yeah, there's probably some bits here that don't have to be, but that's fine. Okay. And as a low priority job, that's going to be okay. Don't like specialist medical care is already slow, and now they have to wait for 6 dwarfs to get jobs. I mean, you're not wrong. So you just like to do the generic, like probably a diagnostician and just a generic doctor. Maybe that's better. I don't know. Since none of them are like hyper specialized in the role either. Yeah, I'm not sure. What is this? Seeds from sills. Oh yes, you just collect the seeds. But then you don't give away. We should have that. Give your seeds. There, seeds for farms. There you go. Didn't realize this wasn't taking. You were taking from the catch-all, but not from that other bit. Yeah, let's do that. Smelt the goblin. That's true too. Now that's again another thing. Without the enhanced stock view, finding the goblinite to smelt is a pain in the butt. Like for example, anything that's large over here, that's so large clothing, we can't wear or wield. So this might not have been from a goblin. Goblinite is a term used by the community for like metal stuff that was dropped by goblins. These would be good if we're building traps. I don't know why I have these. Did we just buy them off a caravan at some point? All right, I'm gonna smelt these. And we can't smelt those. Or that. That was just finding large. And so there might be other crap. Like, I guess if I'm just looking at armor and I'm finding types I don't care for. Like, I don't really want to equip my people with iron breastplates. So maybe, yeah, maybe we smelt all those down. The copper, ditto. Steel, for sure. I don't know if this is counting equipped ones or not. Iron, chainmail. No, we're making steel. I think a couple of people are wearing some, which is probably why it's not there. Yeah, I guess this is fine. And leave the steel. Just looking for anything else in here that... This must be counting cloaks that people are wearing. Yes? No? Oh! There was large steel breastplates. Think about that. You? That's weird. Didn't I type large? Did I... Hey, why is armor not a category? That's weird. Why is large not bringing up these? Wait. Oi, oi, oi. God damn, yeah, that is a lot of shit here. And then, I mean, this is all armor. So there might be a few other categories, but then also I could go down to weapons and find undesirable weapons. Silver whips is very cool, but we're not going to use those. I guess these axes can be used to chop down trees. Silver warhammers, copper warhammer, silver short sword. It's not an artifact or anything. I think the parentheses means we didn't build them, which makes sense. We got our steel short sword, rose gold short sword. Yeah, we're not melting that down. Copper spear. Crossbows, ideally, you treat them like bludgeoning weapons, so you want them out of the densest thing that you can make crossbows out of. Silver's not available. Copper, we know, is slightly better for bludgeoning weapons than iron, so we could probably melt down the iron crossbow and just keep going with the copper ones. And I probably don't need this many picks, so then it becomes an interesting thing of, like, yeah, do we go and... Tell you what, I'll melt down all the copper ones. We'll leave the iron and bronze picks for now. Copper, that's weird. We don't use bows, or halberds, or the longsword, or the silver scourge. Well, yeah, okay, this is actually really nice. Kind of annoying, but there you go. Smelt all that crap down, please. Silver whips, it's Sadist time. Yeah, for BDSM werewolves, says Randu. I asked Snafu over on YouTube. Thank you very much for the reminder about the Goblin Knight. Rarely think about that. What I've done before, you can set up auto smelt. So, like, if you set up a stockpile that is like properly capturing stuff you don't care for, you can go and put on the auto melt. This is part of DF hack. And what happens? Anything that gets stored in that stockpile automatically gets flagged for melting, which would be great if we had the priority system in here, like on RimWorld. Like, if I could make a critical priority stockpile for, you know, items that don't match quite what I'm looking for, that would be great. Similarly, we would love a stockpile where we could specify how worn out something is, but that's not an option. Copper's good for crossbows. Yeah, I usually end up making copper crossbows. Like a lot, sometimes I'll make wooden crossbows very early on because we don't have a smelting setup. And the material of the crossbow doesn't matter for shooting. It only matters if you get forced into melee, in which case you start using the crossbow like a hammer instead, in which case you want something dense. So wooden crossbows are not very good at the melee defense, which used to be more of a problem because your dwarves are really prone to run directly towards the enemy. Ah, Talamdrag wants to join permanently. Approved. But apparently, not the patch that just came out, the Siege one, but apparently a more recent one, they did change the UI or the AI for like the range units to stay more at range. So it might be less of an issue than it used to be, but I'm still going to try to make my crossbows out of, well, usually copper. Sometimes I make them out of iron because that's what we have a lot of, but we should have plenty of copper here too. Wooden crossbows, the weapon choice for police brutality. Oh, like a nightstick almost. Yeah. Oh, why did we just park the wheelbarrow there? That's weird. Cain Blackknife, being the rightful heir, has inherited the position of Lord of the Grey Fiend. What's the Grey Fiend? That's not us. Is that some other... Is that some other location out there? Oh, what do you have? Oh, you want me to make quivers. I don't know that I'm making quivers regularly. Now, I don't know if you're going to be spamming the quiver request every month. So I think I'm just going to put in a one-shot... What can we make quivers out of, actually? No. Okay, well, it's going to have to be leather. Hopefully we've got enough for that. It might be tricky. I wonder if they're going to leave and go to another site? I got tired of burying marksmen who charge 50 goblins. Yeah, so a lot of times with my marks dwarves is I really deploy them in locations where they can't get them in too much trouble as much as possible. This door still didn't get installed, but at least for now that ramp still works. Love the little snow on our paths. These would be slippery. We really need some railing here, but there's no dwarven OSHA, so we're gonna be fine. Right, sure, I saw a messenger as a noble title. Do you have a messenger? What do you use for? Oh, so someone asked earlier. So a messenger over here, if you assign someone to this, then what you can do on the world map, for your other holdings, like these places over here belong to us, we can send a messenger there and we could ask them to like send us dwarves. Stuff like that. Don't use it very often, but we have used it in the past. Mostly, we've used it when we've gone and sent one of our squads to take over a site. And when you do that, the squad stays there. But I wanted them back. So it's take over the site with the squad, then send a messenger and say, hey, get your ass back over here. I don't know if you can ask them to send pigs. We might. Should we try? Let's assign a messenger. Slim Grady, you are a talented negotiator, but I think you're in a squad. Mayor. What about Mischievous Art? I don't know if they're in a squad. Currently, they're not drafted. Oh, you know what? Hold on. I could force, if I take all my squads and tell them, hey, station yourself over here. I know it's not training time. Get stationed over here. This should update all of their titles. So now, if I go over here, there you go. Marksdorf, Mayor, Sworddorf, Holy Citadel, they're a priest of a place. Sworddorf, a priest, wrestler, sword, doctor. Okay, down here. Stoic shield is the most skilled messenger. I don't know exactly what if they really need social skills, but they have the most social skills out of someone who doesn't have a absolutely critical job or part of the military. So Stoic shield is going to be our messenger. We can have more than one. And then yeah, if we go and click here to request workers, is that the only person I could request? Okay, then let's not do that. What about over here? And I guess it is only workers. Oh, wait. No workers available. Oh. Yeah, maybe I can't do that. You can raid a location and specifically try to bring home livestock. Now, you don't have to control over, like, you don't necessarily know what kind of stuff they'll have. Yeah, and those are clearly not very big places if they don't have a lot of people available. Unless that's skill-based somehow. So, I'm going to just remove Stoic Shield from this role, so that I don't get confused later on about stuff. Hantless Ben wants to join us permanently as a citizen. Absolutely, dude. Can send a squad to a site to demand goods. You can get pets that way. To a site you own? Because you can go to other places. We can ask for tribute and we can raid. I don't know if I've ever sent a military squad to a site I personally own. Alright, Walker, what do you want? Quivers again? Oh no, this is a different person. Earrings! Well, that's definitely not going to happen. So, can we make earrings out of stone? Yeah, rock earrings. Rock earrings. We're making a hair metal band. And, okay, man, that's fine. Make earrings out of mugs. Oh, thank you. We got to demobilize the squads. Yeah, elephants from elves. Haven't tried my own sites. We go for one of the weaker goblin sites, although we'll probably just get a bunch of beak dogs. 2 anvil jobs should be fine. Beef. You know, let's get a library. Should we have the library near the surface as like a public thing? Maybe? Let's do the same layout again. Which I kind of like. Oh, you gotta be on all. So that is 5 wide. This, and then that, and that. And then... following the pattern. Then we do this. And then we leave you here. And then we do this. And then we leave this here. Yeah, then I'll dig out the rest of this. A bit like that. Alright, let's make a library. We recruit an orangutan as our librarian. This sounds like a reference I don't understand. Earrings from rock. What's next? Music with rocks in it? What's next is we figure out how to flatten a rock, run some lightning through it, and have that rock start to think. Ooh, Discworld. I have some Discworld books. But it is admittedly a series I have to like properly binge. It is a gap. How are bedrooms? Nice. Done. We're assigned. And then our nobles. Okay, our monarch's still got some issues. Are you... Hey. Oh, are these still in the queue? No, they are... Are they engraved? I can't tell if these are done or not. No, I think... No, that's still done, but it's a low priority. Okay, well... If for some reason I can't overwrite... Oh, no, you can. Okay. let's increase the priority of working these rooms. See ya, for evil. Silver Whip's probably the best melee weapon going. Do surprisingly huge damage. Wait, really? Oh shit. Well, they're being smelted. Do whips count as a bludgeoning? It's probably too late. No, it's not too late. Silver whip's bludgeoning, in which case the silver material is good. Just doesn't feel right. Like, doesn't match the image I have in my head. We can consider it. Anvil's gloves should be getting auto dealt with. Everyone else is fine. Yeah, good. I feel like whip should be piercing or slashing. Yeah, slashing certainly makes a lot of sense. They call it a whip. It's just a long chain of silver links. I mean, okay, beating someone with a chain, that's a thing. Whips damage internal organs, apparently. Ah. Whips used to have insane damage because of tiny surface area versus weapon weight. Not sure anymore. Oh, because the impact is very small and it was very heavy, so it's calculated all as being concentrated in one little area. Because that does matter. Like, the calculations for shit in Dwarf Fortress are crazy. Are you eating just some raw food? You're just eating apples. We do have cooked meals. Maybe they're too far? Maybe we should have a meal storage in this area. Whatever. Only worried. Can't pray for a while. I mean, we do have the generic, like, temple. You can pray to anyone whenever you want, but... I'm actually surprised we haven't gotten more petitions, especially religion. I think the beliefs are, like, way concentrated. Or weirdly, we have no more than 9 people of each different cult and religion. It's when they hit 10 that they have a request. Alright. Well, we can wait for some smoothing to happen. A little bit of training's going on the surface. I kind of do want to send out a raid. Do I want to send everyone? Well, they're nowhere near equipped, I suspect. Yeah, so let's say we take a look at Salty Old Badger here. Okay, you do. Okay, so that confirms it. When we see red, so for the chest armor, it's showing us red, and that's because we have an unsatisfied cloak. But Salty Old Badger here is wearing a steel mail shirt and a leather tunic, so it's not like they're undefended. But of course that could be worse for some of these others. You see, if you look at the meeting place menu for temple, you see it. Yes, yeah. Like, let's say I just made a dummy temple over here, just for the sake of argument. Meeting area, do this, and then I say, okay, I want to assign you to be a new temple. Then as I mouse over, we can see. So there's 11 people for this, 20 over here. These might not be the things that need temples, because you got 83 to Ustath, unless I do have an Ustath one, but... because we do have something. Oh, one of these worships Twilight. I, too, worship Twilight. Can't get enough. He doesn't have his own bathroom. Dwarves just hold it for their entire lives. Dwarves never poop. What's more impressive, they never pee, considering how much beer they drink. Oof. Green is the gods, yellow is the cults. Thank you. I know there's a difference, but I can never remember which is which at a glance. So yeah, so the armor is coming okay. Yeah, we would like more leather. I mean, we are getting a trickle from time to time, because we do butcher the goose from time to time, or the geese. We have some cats and dogs that are breeding, so we butcher a few of those extra. We'd really like a sow to get the pig industry kick-started. And I guess I should double check that auto butcher. I don't know what my settings were for this. I do try to maintain pigs 5-5. Not huge numbers, but we could tweak that after. Just making sure they're not getting auto instantly butchered, which would be bad. Maybe we should do a little We're mostly equipped. We could send all 30 out. As long as it's a fairly small site, It is good for XP. 60, 40. There's this place here. It's not a goblin place. It's a mysterious lair under 10, but I don't know what kind of stuff they'd have there. There's rumors of an artifact, though. 25. We could go for one of the 40 sites. I mean, that's total population, not fighters. Okay. I'm going to say this one. The Dark Goblin Pit of Bridged Maligned. I'm going to send, like, everything. I think we're just going to do a pillage. Let's do it. Openly attack. Try to steal as much stuff as possible. I don't know. We could do a raid. I mean, we almost certainly will get detected, but we do run away faster, and that might be better to train. I will want to raise, but when we raise, I guess you do take stuff with you. No, I'm just going to try to, like, I'm going to try to do a bit of a hit and run. I don't want to overcommit to this. We'll do a comeback. So, this should already be a mission. It's weird because there's no confirm thing, but this mission should just exist now. But we had the old make request. But pillage Bridge Malign, all of our military squads should go, which is a scary thing to do, but they're not very far. Pillage then burn. Oh, well, you know, wait, we could just come back with a bunch of ash. See our population dropping as people are leaving, and then increasing as we get some migrants. Interesting timing on that. But hey, at least we're getting migrants again. Okay. Let's do a big old smooth on all of our library space over here. And the hallways leading up to it. And a zone. So I think this is another meeting place. Make new library. And this is all visitors welcome is fine, yeah. Do we need to assign scholars and scribes? We might want to. We might want to have one of each. I don't know. I wonder if we'll get people asking to stay for the purpose of research. And we have to build bookshelves and things, right? Hey, we want to join when all the military left, yeah. Like, good, we need some extra cannon fodder. I mean, strong recruits. Best shield is a meat shield. Please preempt the Armorsmith Guild to get the training guide. Oh, that's not a bad point. Like, I've set up this weaponsmithing guild right over here to try to give everyone a trickle of weapon skill to get artifact weapons. We could do a similar thing with the Armorers Guild. I don't know how critical that is necessarily. Maybe. Maybe. Let's build another room exactly like this one. I don't remember the size here. Oh, I'm lining this up incorrectly. In your library, don't put chairs next to desks to prevent food spoilage. Oh, because otherwise they'll eat here? Oh. And then they just sit there and the food rots afterwards or some weird thing like that? Alright, that's good to know. Guilds worth building. Doctors, we've got. Good smiths. We got the weaponsmith. I guess we'll do the armor smithing. Planters, weavers. We didn't pre-do the planters one, but there is. But there's a farmers one, which isn't the same, but miners free XP. Some what you don't want novices doing. Weavers. I mean, I'm not too worried about mining. I mean, admittedly, like badly skilled miners are pretty slow. And mining skill used to matter for how many chunks get left, I think, but I don't think that's the case anymore. I might be wrong about that. So, Bookcases, tables, chairs, and right, don't put them too close to another. Bookcases, I'm assuming I have to issue a task to build bookcases. I think we'll probably build wooden ones. Let's go. Cancel one of those. So that's 12 bookcases we would need for this. Oh, Gem Cutting Guild would be actually interesting. I always use the wrong one. More than we need for whatever, but that'll give a little extra value to things. I've not done a glass-only fortress. I've seen some people do some impressive stuff with glass. Because it is an unlimited building material. And it's cool. Oh, hey, Thomas. Thank you very much. Skill apply value modifier. Well, for jump cutting, yeah, I think high skill is very important. So it might be nice to get the guild going for that. Promise 100% transparency in our glass fortress. Yeah. Okay, a new bard. Well, you know what? We've had a few more people become full-time citizens, so we'll accept a few more bards. I don't think glasses break mechanism. No, I think it just gets treated like any other construction. Like, I don't think it's considered fragile or anything, even though it would make a lot of sense if it were. So, I don't know what the scholars and scribes do, but let's assign one of each. Skipping over all these sword masters. I mean, the bookkeeper kind of makes sense, but it's also a pretty intense job here. EX Metalcrafter. It doesn't actually show... Okay. Rory is in the military, even though they're only flagged as a papermaker right now. A goblin dancer. Talamdrag, who just joined us, I think, permanently, is a goblin dancer. Congratulations, you're also going to be a scholar. And then... Oh, Captain Tom, the elf poet. He's only a novice wordsmith. Oh, maybe Andre here. Also a talented reader. Okay, Andre there. So we've got a couple of things. Let's see what they do to keep themselves busy. Hello, Feymood. Scribes make copies, scholars sit around reading and occasionally write new things. Both require raw squires. We've got a few. Metalsmith's Forge. So, that's unkindly over here. Okay. It's Fey aspect. There's the weaponsmith. We're gonna have so many artifact weapons. Very few of them will be useful, but we're gonna have a lot of them. Okay, good. Confirm this ramp definitely still works with the door there, which is great. That's all enclosed. The roof is up. I could get rid of this ramp to go to the roof access, but we may as well leave it. You never know when we have to do some work up there. So that's fine. We have tons of bolts sitting around on the surface. Easy for us to restock. Again, being in a crate might occasionally cause a little bit of conflict, but mostly it's okay. I think our dwarves have come back, though. Reports. Mission report. Spoils report. Okay, so that's the pillaging report. There's us walking there. In the mid-spring of 108, the clasp of communions attacked the Golden Witch of the Unkept Fiend at Bridged Maligned. Oh, hey, Thomas, thank you very much for the, Swedish krona? I think that's what SEK is. Thank you so much. Yeah, mining skill is just a speed modifier. I think the mining skill used to affect the chance of leaving chunks, but now I think it's a flat 1/3. With the caveat that I could be getting confused with RimWorld stuff, but I don't think so. All right, so we got a lot of conflict here. I don't know if anyone's died. We could check our squaddies afterwards. I think there's a color coding for when bad things happen to us. So yeah, the blue is good. Yellow is just a start of a fight. White just some flavor text. Goblin left foot was ripped. So blue is a good outcome. So Growler killed a dwarf, goblin. Sedado killed a goblin. Sedado has the artifact weapon. Clemo killed one. Adventuring Penguin killed one. Urban Wolf killed one. Ghost Boyson. Yep, killed a goblin. No. Civilian. Oh, confronted. Oh, Slim Grady killed a goblin. Good. Yeah, I think this is kind of a flawless victory. And then if we go back to the reports and the spoils report, we got 1 copper low boot, not 2 boots, just the 1. 1 copper greave, 1 andesite copper, 1 copper snong drone pipes. So we got some instruments. Copper short sword, naked bulldog leather leggings, zinc cage, wolf leather water skin, granite coffer, 25 silver arrows. Gotta kill those werewolves, which isn't a mechanic. Werewolves are a mechanic in this game, not that. The table, and we got 14 beak dogs. Now, I don't know if they come tamed or what. I think are the beak dogs good candidates for here? If they don't need to graze, but they do multiply. They're all tamed. Let's assign them here. And then our auto butcher GUI, what is our beak dog targets? Yeah, just 2. This is the default setting, which we might want to change. Then we might do the pig-like thing. So adult females we'll keep up to 6, and then female and male kids we'll do 5 each. So then we're going to keep 2 adult males around for breeding purposes. Let me unbutcher all, just so that it forces a recalculation here. Can't recall. Did the beak dogs lay eggs? Oh, I don't know. Oh, these guys. Then we might want nests or something. I have no idea. Another Forgotten Beast! Forgotten Beast, Nagom Usdasutru. Roostastrur has come. A towering humanoid composed of water. It has 3 short tails, and it squirms and fidgets. Beware its poisonous sting. Okay. Where is you? -7. Okay, so you're in dungeon level 2. And yeah, you shouldn't do anything. So Nagom Ashen Dead, the Fated Midnight is an excellent name. You're going to run around, but I don't think you're going to be causing us issues. Minor injury. Wait, what did you just fight? Or did you fight another Forgotten Beast? I didn't even see that happening. Okay. Vision loss. Ability to grasp somewhat impaired. Its right lower arm is gone. Oh, Moody Dwarf can't find an item. Oh, no! Okay. So, Unkindly Killer is looking for some stuff. You currently have copper bars and dog bone and cloth. You want green glass. So you've got metal bars, you've got bones, you've got plant cloth, you need you need leather, and then raw green glass. Now you might have glass, you do it in order. So you are being prevented because you don't have access to leather. Now in theory, a bunch of butchering is happening. Yeah, there you go. So these numbers are being culled. So in theory, some more leather will be generated soon. I wonder, are any of these, is this you here? This is not a pet. We'll do some extra butchering. Pets. The names. This one's not a pet. Okay. you keep breeding pairs and stuff? No, it's fine. I did end up setting a butchering job. Is it possible we don't have a butcher? No, you've got there. Oh, disaster button. You know what? I'm going to set it to everyone does it, but I will set it there. Because you're currently fighting. Okay. We're going to leave it open so other people who might be idle can do a butcher. Or I pull you out of the military. Or I assign someone completely different. Who's not doing anything. So Kumil is this is clearly a migrant. They haven't been nicknamed. Hold on, maybe I do this. Maybe I say, all right, Kumil, you're the butcher, a non-exclusive. And then for a tanner, you're a farmer, but you don't do anything else. And you're part of the military. Yeah, I think you're going to be fine. So we just need the butchering to happen. So if we take a look at Kumil, I'm going to auto-knit. So you're not called Kunil anymore. You are not too tall. That's funny. So, not too tall. Keep an eye on you. Oh, you're already on the surface, and you are slaughtering a stray kitten. Ah, there you go. And now a reindeer cow. All right, so this is going to give us some hides. They still have to be tanned. You okay? So now, if we look at the tanner, one of the tanners, you know, from Full House, Homie, watching suturing demonstration. Right. Tanning's up. There you go. Tanning hides there. Perfect. You're gonna come over here. You'll make some leather. Go. Working at the tannery. Working at the tannery. Stray reindeer cow skin. Ooh, it takes a long time to tan. Wow, that is slow. Okay, there. That's done. So now there's reindeer leather, and there you go. Moody Dwarf gathering items. So they instantly went and claimed that. Okay. We definitely need more leather. Because I've got a bunch of leather armor I still want made. There you go. And more stuff is being tanned right now. Perfect. Corpse pile on the surface. The butcher had a lot of negative thoughts about seeing dead kobolds. Yes. I suppose I could put the graveyard outside. But we can also go and just hopefully exposure treatment and have them not have an issue. Although kids end up dragging the things. Maybe we could make it a little bit more hidden. I could just build a wall around this so only the people going in and out of the refuse pile would see it. That might be the best quick solution. Alright, if I just go and do this, and then right here lines the staircase, or maybe just off the staircase. I mean, the door should block line of sight too, but let's do that, and then, oh, I can't put down the door yet because there's no walls. But let's build this, and then we'll put a door there, and just block some line of sight. Goblins have leather, just need to extract it. Do we butcher goblins? We have some goblins in a cage. Are being built fast now. Put a door there. There you go. Can we make more items out of bones and use up the bodies? Maybe. I mean, do have this job to make bone bolts, and it's pretty aggressive. I suppose what I might want to do is increase the number per day. Like, you can make up to... Oh, right. It's part of the order system. What else to be here? Is it resetting to 1? Can I not change that from here? I can change these bits from here. We should be making 1 batch of bone bolts every day. Can't butcher sentience. Okay. I guess if I go here, I can find the bone bolt job, and here, presumably, I can set this to try to make 10. Although, no, we do have 10 here, because it's like, I kind of want to use the last bits. No, maybe I want to leave some bones behind. I don't know. Whenever we get up to 10, do 10 batches of the bone bolt job. That's fine. And then if we have less than 10, then some bones will be available for maybe a strange mood. Maybe I'll do... Get have 10, but make 8. So as long as there's 10 bones, make up to 8 bone bolts, and it keeps a couple behind. Because we do need some for strange modes. Can a necromancer animate a bone? I think so. We're not in a dangerous area, so like it's not happening automatically. One showed up. A copper spear. Hold on. Lurit Cobum Imkethsador. Spine troubled the just emerald. 3,800 dwarf bucks only, but that's fine. The copper spear. All crafts warships is the highest quality. It's studded with copper and decorated with rope, reed, and reindeer leather. On the item is an image of Trest-seared, the Quill of Lancing, the silver mace and dogbone. On the item is an image of Stodir Charm-earthen. Not Char-Murthen, which is how I was parsing it before. But Charm-earthen. The earth and dwarves in green glass. Stodir Charm-earthen is surrounded by the dwarves. Artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf Stodir Charm-earthen to the position of king of the classic community in 60. Oh, Argensis wants to be a full-time citizen. That sounds lovely. A copper spear, I mean, it's not the ideal, like, piercing material, but the fact that it's an artifact might actually make it a pretty decent weapon. I don't know if I'll worry about equipping it to anyone, but... Bone bolts 5 per job, metals 25 per. I think wood might also be 25 per, right? Like bone, yeah, the bone bolt job is really not efficient for making a huge number of bolts, but it's making use of material that's sitting around, and why not? So, yeah. Notification on the left. I mean, we've got a few. That's the egg boxes. Beaks, that's that. A little bit of fighting with eagles. Make silk robes. The automated clothing jobs. Yeah, we can't get access to the silk right now because we don't have access to our cavern layers. Okay, let's go back and burn that site down. So it was bridge maligned. We already killed a bunch. Population dropped from about 50 to about 40. Yeah, we're just gonna go and raise it to the ground. I don't want to conquer it. I don't think we even need to send anyone, but screw it. Everyone will get some experience with this. Done. Out of the 3 squads, I think whoever has the highest tactics leads the attack, and it does make a huge difference. Last night I was lazy, ordered in some Chinese food, so I got lots of leftovers. That's my dinner sorted. So good. Oh, there we go. Heading out. Go burn Nate. Falling since Caveman to Cosmos. That was a while. And I really would love to give it another go. In fact, I'm just itching to play some more Civ 4 in general. It's kind of weird this week because I knew I was going to be streaming like basically every day with Bloodlines 2. So, and I kind of allow for myself about a 2-hour voice budget per day. And we exceeded on Saturdays, and we've been exceeding it a little bit with Bloodlines. But that's sort of what I budget for my voice. About 2 hours of voice work per day. I mean, I do go up a lot of times on a streaming day, where like on a 2-hour streaming day, like Monday or Wednesday, a lot of times I'll do some recordings in the morning too. So really it's like I treat 4 as the strict limit, but I try to average to about 2. So this week I haven't done just a purely pre-recorded YouTube series. We did have some sponsor stuff that's going on behind the scenes too there, but yeah, so it's like, it's weird not having like a Civ or a RimWorld playthrough going on at the same time, but yeah, with all the daily streams, I thought it would be better not to, especially since I knew I would go over 2 hours on the Vampire streams, and the Saturday stream I knew would be 4 hours regardless of what we're doing here. I better hydrate. Burn the site down. I don't know if we must get... Frack. Well, this timing is awkward. It's like they knew. Actually, I think the sieges tend to appear at the start of a season, so... Yeah, maybe I should have waited. I mean, they'll be back hopefully soon enough. I guess we just seal ourselves in for now. Yeah. Okay, so step 1. We go and we pull the civilian alarm, which is going to tell everyone to come over here. And hopefully there's no one sitting on the surface. I'm going to pull the lever and we're going to close these doors. I don't think there was much reason for anyone to be... Whoop. Hang on. Cancel. Oh, it's already happening. Uh-oh. Who's this? The Baron... Oh, Baron Consort of Gold Kindles. We did get a message about, like... Oh, okay, now you're stuck outside. No, you move away. I can't lower the drawbridge while you're there. Dude! I can't lower the... Thank you. Okay, let's go and give it a quick yank. Zoom out a little so I can see where I'm going. Come on, don't move down. There you go. Open. Thank you. All right. Now, pull the lever again. There's someone else out there. Shit. Really didn't think there would be this much. Okay, cancel. Oh, now see, some of the goblins are gonna get inside. I should have just left you outside. Oh, trap! Pull it! Pull the lever! Thank you. Slightly freaking out. Now, I don't think this is a very advanced siege with like siege breaking tools or anything like that. So, oh, one of the crossbowmen is fighting. No longer stunned. Where's the impact? Who are you fighting? Range. All right. Then we wait for our military to come back. Yeah, that trap really saved our bacon. I could quickly recruit another force, but I'm not going to. Oh, I can clear the civilian alert. We don't have to keep everyone restricted here. It's just our way to make sure no one is outside and that there's lots of people around to pull these levers. And you can keep working inside. Okay, one group of citizens is stranded. Why are you there, salty old badger? Well, hopefully no one comes after you. Keep hiding. Yeah, new arrival. It doesn't make sense. They got a title. They've been around. Salty old badger's been here for a while. Like, they're not... It's not a new arrival. Or wait. Are these my military dwarves? Are they back? It's my military dwarves are back. Can I give them a command? I like... Okay, a bunch of these goblins are getting trapped, which is good. Okay, no, okay. You're entering the map now. Okay. I mean, I can also just drop the, Oh, the siege is broken. I think the goblins are gone. Okay, I'm just gonna pull the lever now. And I guess we'll cancel the command. Something... It's collapsed on the surface. I think a tree was chopped here and hit another tree on the way down. That, I think, is what that message tends to mean. Invaders are leaving. Okay. Enough of them, I think, fell into the traps that they decided to leave. We have one injured citizen, though. Ghost Boyson. Ability to grasp lost. Well, let's find out. Your right left hand is fractured and cut open. Hopefully... Oh, your upper spine, too. Yeah, hopefully no nerve damage. Bert Vandepol has been found dead, badly crushed. Did you get crushed by a tree? Yep. I think that's exactly what happened here. So, assuming I'm right, now that might not be what happened. Assuming I'm right, when a dwarf cuts down a tree, the logs fall down. There is special code in there that prevents those logs from hitting anyone on the way down. But if on the way down a log bumps something else, like a branch from another tree, then it's no longer in this protected state, and it's in a proper free fall, and it can crush someone. Which is what I'm assuming is happening there. Now, because trees are evil. Trees are evil, it's known. Alright, we're going to collect all the goblins from the cages. Revenge of the elves. Oh, Bert Vandepol, I'm so sorry. Oh, hello. little human caravan. Finished goods bins. Let's move them all over here. OSHA report. Oh yeah, let's check our mission report now that we're no longer distracted. So it's a little cropped out, which is a little odd, but and they're ordered by type, not time. But here's our mission report of us raising this site. So Athos is leading the attack. They have the highest tactics or whatever. Ziggity Zigzag killed a goblin. So did Slim Grady. Dazzle Trick. Shot and killed. Sogty. And there we go. Destroyed. And then we do get a spoils report. More beak dogs! Alright. And some goblinite that we can smelt down. Okay. If I recall correctly, the thing is that fallen logs knock down another tree, and those logs are not safe. Yeah, okay. Maybe. There might be a couple of different ways it can happen. But yeah, at some point, you lose the safe log falling down flag. And things can go and kill you on the way down. Just the cost of living. I'm going to route around some of these trees. But at least you can. And again, we've got this. Technically, the edge of the map is always reachable. And I think when the wagons spawn, they do always spawn somewhere that can reach the depot. So even if all these other things got blocked off, I think at that point they would just start spawning over here. I think. And I still hate the fact that we can't do a Shift D to see the trade route accessibility, in particular whether the depot is accessible at all versus accessible via wagon. But as far as I know, the Steam version of Dwarf Fortress still doesn't have that mode back in. All right, still waiting for a couple of deliveries. I'm going to ask Thrashing Dragon to come over here. You know what we actually haven't done in a while? We haven't. It's possible at this point. Broker, bookkeeper. Wait, which one's the trader? Oh, it is called broker. Sorry, I'm thinking manager and bookkeeper. Broker. Yeah, I was like, no, manager and bookkeeper. Like, I was just doing a find and replace the wrong way. Thrashing Dragon. See, Pizza Metris comes up at the top of the list. Although I'm not sure it includes thrashing in here. So we can check. No, it doesn't. So I don't know if these people are better. You know what? We're just going to keep thrashing at it. They've been working for us for a while. Sure, it's fine. So how's our dwarf? One injured citizen. Okay. So yeah, you've been treated, or you've been evaluated. Both hands have been sutured. Your right hand. You got these neck wounds. Like, your treatment's all just about the hand right now. And are we ignoring the neck wounds? Or is there gonna be another evaluation that gets queued up? I don't know. A little bit weird that you're not being dealt with, but sure. One more item. I think it's probably being carried by this dwarf here, yeah. Unfortunately, you can't use wheelbarrows to bring things over. I guess maybe, you know, I forget how many mugs we do fit into a finished goods bin. Maybe I should have the storage be closer. All right, everything's being delivered. Oh, you're still unloading. Oh, jeez. Unload faster. I guess I could release the broker for a second. Neck wound, like 2 puncture wounds. We haven't had a vampire yet. Admittedly, the world's not super old. Oh, now it says you're ready to trade. Are you actually ready to trade? Or Thrashing Dragon is like, make up your mind. He's having a nap, so that's okay. Maybe we want a vampire. Everything's better with vampires. Oh, 1 starving dehydrator drowsy unit. Oh, it's a reindeer calf. We need to assign you over here. Everyone knows you can't treat a massive head injury when the patient has a hangnail. That's right. One thing at a time, right? Another one. Hopefully it's just another one of these critters. Yeah, they're all being led to the surface, so they should be fine. Okay, Thrashing Dragon, you've been asleep for days. Who are you, Odin? Okay. We still need to decorate the bedroom and dining hall a bit more for our noble. And I'm assuming the engraving is finished at this point. So let's just do a massive amount of engraving. Assign new beak dogs. The beak dogs don't have to go into the grazing thing. Oh, into the... Yeah, into over here. I think some of them may have gotten slaughtered immediately. Okay, nice having a drink. Thrashing Dragon is up. Gonna take him all day to have a drink. The time... You try not to think about the time too much in Dwarf Fortress. Doesn't make much sense. Oh, can I make a request? No, you're just doing the news. Yeah, 'cause otherwise I would request some pigs. I'm fond of pigs. All right, broker is on their way. Just waiting for the trade button to light up. Is that them? Yay! Okay. Maybe metal bars. Not the blocks or the gems. The rough gems I still think might be fine. I'm not going to take any more instruments. Cat, duck, bear, panda. I don't think we need human booze. They do have silver warhammers. Although they're not very high quality. Still, though. At some point, do we decide to just start stealing from the humans? Honestly, I don't think they've got stuff that's valuable enough to justify it. I don't think we need their seeds or their sand. The bolts I think is fine too. Anvils. Food we don't need. I'll take the thread. Sure. Stealing from humans is beneath us. Your stuff's not good enough for us to steal. Like, what do you think about that? I don't think I'm going to grab any more of the book stuff. I think we'll have to start manufacturing certain things to do our own writing, but... It's probably... Yeah, so we really don't need much. Profits in the green. Done. All right. If they were elves, maybe then we'd get sand in their face. Yeah, you just steal from elves just like out of principle. Then you go and burn all their garbage because who cares about it? To trade away iron bars, nothing wrong with paying the iron price. Grumpy, that's terrible. Sell the humans with silver arrows, not worth smelting. That's an interesting point. Maybe I'll do it for the dwarves. So like, does it just take a lot of material to smelt them and you don't get much back? Is that what you're saying? I mean, we could always fire them. They're pretty shit weapons, but they could be used for hunting or training. I don't know. Molman says, I typically go for the dye plants, fish, and cloth from humans, not worth robbing. It's not elves that you do rob on principle, yeah. Andre Firemaster's trying to build a giant capybara fortress in Dwarf Fortress. Oh, that sounds fun. The cage things are just annoying to move because apparently the sentient ones work different. We'll just do a giant volcano sacrifice. But at least to the goblins. And then at that point, then we could do some bulk cage operations, maybe. And if I could do a high priority stockpile, then I would put a stockpile for cages that were full of animals near the surface, and then use the auto trade feature on DF Hack to save me a lot of clicks. Smoothing's in the way. Still waiting for the riches here to come up. How are our engravers looking these days? Master and professional. All right. Zog here. I can tell you to do it exclusively, although lots of time there's no engraving to do, but... Oh, arrows are for bows. You're right, arrows, not bolts. That's a good point. Okay, yeah, we'll try to get rid of them. And yeah, why is it not worth smelting? Is it just not... You just don't get a lot of material back for the amount of coal you're using? I do want to dig down to the magma layer. Is now the time for it? It might be. I kind of wanna. Shall we? You know what I'll do? I'll do another little sideways jaunt here, just to give us the option of putting in a little bit of a barricade. Here, we'll widen this, and then I'll cancel that, and then downstairs. There we go. Sea level minus 129 is lowest. We probably won't quite reach there. We'll give it a go. Yeah, deeply and greedily. It's fine. Nothing's ever gone bad with something like that. I think what I'll do is over in our dining hall, I'm going to build another lever. Right there. Guess I can't rename it yet. And then we're going to link that to a bridge in this open area. Candy time. Mining out candy, especially in the newer versions of Dwarf Fortress, this is a lot of work. It's bizarre. Bridge. And yeah, lift that way and just fill that in. Okay, great. Okay, down we go. Just doing a little one by one here, which isn't great if there's a lot of traffic. We might go and widen it later. But let's see what we pop first. Hey! Discovered an expansive cavern deep underground. Okay, pause. Oh, okay, that's a little awkward. We have a staircase here, but we can't actually go downwards. I might be able to construct the staircase there. We could also be like, okay, let's stop here and evaluate a new area to go into. Here's what I think I'm gonna do. Cancel this staircase. Back up over here. I'm going to set a hotkey. Not H. Oh, because I'm in mode. So for Shift F3, this is going to be Cavern 3. Go. And then what I'm going to say is one tile over. Build the staircase there. Token doors just to do that's not gonna be just to do some line of sight blocking. Cancel you, and then a little bit of a wall here. It's gonna be part of the plan, and then a bunch of traps. For random creepy crawlies. All right, so this level is open. Dwarves can run around. They'll see things. There's not like a third one, right? Like, there should be the big magma sea somewhere in here. Yes? Check for the dense cold mushroom wood and set stockpile specifically for that. You're gonna allow chop. I don't know what that is, actually. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna grab one of our militias and then just get them to move around down here. We'll use that to uncover some map. Ooh, people will be able to climb the walls right over here. So we're gonna have to build a pair of walls right here. Let's chop this nether cap because it's kind of gonna be in the way. There shouldn't be anything, that's fine. Yeah, we need to wait for this tree to be gone, but then we're going to build another piece of wall here. Oh, actually, we're going to need to block this. Yeah, so I'll need to build a little piece of floor here first. Okay. Militia, keep moving. I think we, like, weirdly came in quite low to the bottom. The Mad Alchemist, being the rightful heir, has inherited the position of Baroness of Lash Matches. So yeah, that's another one of our other sites. I still don't know if people leave or if they just stay here with that title. Yeah, I'm not convinced we can reach this area there. Okay, but then walk here, because you can reach that, and that'll give us some vision. It's in a radius. You don't need direct line of sight. You just need proximity, and it pushes things back here. Where's the magma? New barons say, oh yeah, we do get more barons in here. That is actually so annoying. Urgh! Why can't you just be married to someone else with a noble title? The bright side, the monarch's room is going better. It's just the bedroom that needs a little bit more attention, and it is still being smoothed. We don't have room for more. Did they just have an accident? Maybe they should just have an accident. Who's the one who come around to cut this tree? Oh! Hang on. The problem might be something else happened to some of our woodcutters. Oh, is the one who is cutting down the tree that got killed on the surface. Yeah, that makes sense. Migrants have arrived. Eventually we'll run out of room. But that time has not come yet. I'm up. I'm over here. Yes. Maybe we should dig more deeply and greedily. Can we reach here? Oh, I think we can. Our squad, move over here. You're gonna get your steps in today, squad. I think the leader of our squad currently not wearing anything. They're probably in the middle of changing uniforms. Sorry, never the cat mushroom wood is the first thing I'm thinking of. It's very heavy and cold. Huh. Magma is below cavern 3? Is that it? Is there 3 distinct caverns and then the sea? Maybe there is. In my head, I had the cavern 3 access the magma, but... Oh, I'm paused. Why is nothing happening? Group of citizens is stranded. Are you stuck in a tree? Sajeb the poet? You know, we got a solution for that. We can just go and chop down that tree. I'm just saying. We could build some step ladders. I don't know if that helps or not. But let's get like, I don't know. Let's get a 5-pack of wooden step ladders sitting around. I know they can use that to pick fruit from trees. area should be reachable. It might just taking time. So let's go and get the basics little construction that I'm setting up over here in place. I'm still surprised no one's come down and chop this. I mean, we clearly at this point have dedicated woodcutters, unless they can't get an axe for some reason. Wish I could jump to the person from right here. Oh, did it with the right click? Or did it just jump to their job? No, right click just closed the UI. That's what it did. We did have a bunch of axes. I'm a little concerned. Okay. Blue Phoenix. You are actively felling a tree. Okay, you're probably doing some surface trees because if we didn't have a woodcutter for a little bit, we probably fell behind on some of our assigned auto chopping. So yeah, they're going and chopping some stuff on the surface. They'll get around to the one down there. Look at these wagons go. Look how cute that is. Absolutely adorable. More wood cutting over here. Try not to kill it yourselves, you know? Pro tip, when you chop down a tree, don't have it land on top of your head, please. I'm really thinking about just cutting down the tree this poet's stuck in. Because it would be so funny to me. But they do get down on their own, too. Let's cancel your station order. Right over here. Okay. So, hopefully this will start flashing soon. Someone's going to be coming to chop that down. Yeah, get the chaves traps. And then I want to get the little ceiling in over here. Are they still cutting trees on the surface? Blue Phoenix, where are you? You are felling a tree. Oh, out over here. All right. Doesn't actually take them long for each one. But yeah, we're probably out of wood. Felling tree. Oh, still on the surface. You launch a cylindrical axe like a giant shuriken. No, you can't fire ballista bolts. No one's collecting these traps yet, or these cages yet either. Assign helmets to woodcutters for safety. If only. You're gonna have a drink. All right. Well, it turns out we did need a lot of trees chopped. I don't know if there's a tree chopping priority. I guess there is. So if I set this to priority 1, there it is. There. Next time a tree chopper is idle, they'll go and cut this one down. Lead wants to reside here. Okay, as a bard. Do a auto nick all. Oh. Case sensitive. All right. Trees must be chopped. They are plants for the dwarves. Often Cavern 3 merged with Magma Sea. Yeah, okay. And I think that's what I'm used to saying. I think because these things do expand multiple Z levels, I think oftentimes one breaches into the other. Chop, chop. Don't you need grenades to chop down trees properly? That is the Factorio way. That's certainly my Factorio strategy. Someone can climb onto the door. I mean, at that point, they can just walk through the doors, so... I'm still going to finish this little block. Okay, but with that in mind, I'm now going to go and dig deeply and greedily once more. Okay. So from here, we're going to dig down. Hopefully we find some hot stuff, baby. clusters. Kimberlite. Oh! Semi-molten rock. Okay. So, what I'm going to do from here, so I can't dig through there. So we're going to cancel the rest of this dig destination just to remove any confusion. From here, since we can't dig down, I'm going to dig sideways. Now, almost certainly what's going to happen is I'm going to dig sideways, and then I'm going to hit some warm stone. And then it will be forced to stop. And then what we're going to do is we're going to go above and dig downwards towards that. But we're going to use this to sort of map out some of the magma sea. / digging deeply and greedily. Dwarf Fortress still have problems with Dwarfian economy. Oh, like the coins and stuff and landlording? That hasn't been the case in a long time. Not pause, but there it is. Finally come down here. Had to come down from the surface. There should be a couple of people on mining duties. I mean, we could throw more in here. I don't know if I want to do my manager, for example. And Ziggity is a legendary miner, but we do have them on plant duties, which is nice. Maybe Dream of over here. You're probably not in the military. I don't know. Just a couple of legendaries are going to be fine here. I'm guessing the other miner is probably having a drink or asleep right now. Oh, is that hot? Hot stuff, baby! Okay. So, I'm going to go up a few levels. Come to over here. Just check. Trim back slightly. So if I come down from here, I will be past the hot wall. So from here, we're going to dig down. Now, we might get a stop. At some point, the dig down might be interrupted by heat, but it will be safe to dig downwards into the heat. He says with some confidence. Not a ooh, native gold. See, there, right there. See this? Hot floor? We should be able to dig down here and reveal the magma sea. Probably. Have you ever used screw pumps to make the metalworks at the top? I haven't. I think we have played around a little bit maybe with pumping magma, but not too much. I should probably hotkey somewhere around here. H. Do this. Magma. This is almost certainly getting changed as a hotkey, but is there like catch-all? Because our cages do fit in the catch-all. Is it full? It's not full. We must just be doing too many hauling jobs or something. And I'd like a little idleness counter on here. And ideally, like an idleness counter as an average over the last minute. Magma hotkey. Hey. That's valid. Someone should be able to dig this, yeah? Pretty sure. Let's have an engineer, a way to fill minecart with magma, haul it up, dump it in a hole, and or haul it with buckets. Yeah, there are things you can do. Am I wrong? Is this not working for some reason? Alright, well, first of all, go and delete those digs. You're all hot here. I think that's fine. Okay, so it did actually happen. Dig again. Conceivable I'm doing something wrong and we'll lose a dwarf, but we won't lose the fortress because nothing's going to flow upwards. But the thought here is they'll dig this and then we'll expose the magma sea. It's probably what's about to happen. Unusual volcanic. Okay. Oh, okay. That's not exactly the flow direction I was expecting. Is some of this going to drain in? No, okay. But maybe over here. So this is actually occupied by magma. So what we'd want is above this is where we'd want to set up our magma forges. I'm pretty sure. So if I go, oh yeah, see all this hot stuff, Like, this is hot stone above magma, but it should be fine. I can dig out an area, and then we're going to do some channeling to set up our forges. I think this will be okay. If we lose a dwarf, well, it's a learning experience. But I don't think so. I think we would see if there was magma over here. Although, hold on. That's interesting that it's high up. What's the pressure situation here? Would magma flow up through here? I don't think so. Because despite the fact that it's all one, I think the pressure is being reset, as we can see here. Because otherwise, we would expect this to flow upwards. What I should do is seal this in to prevent, like, magma crabs and snakes from coming up. I'm going to put a floor hatch in here. Magma has no pressure unless it's pressurized with a pump. Cool. I should probably widen this. There'll be some foot traffic here. And by widening it, it's much easier to have multiple miners come down here and start to work. What is this bluing? Oh, that's kimberlite. Oh yeah, and then you're like, oh, it's hot. It's like, yes, I know. That's the idea. Right, you're gonna keep canceling the construction over and over. So, oh, I remember a trick I have, because what happens is after your miners finish here and then they stop because it's hot, then they want to turn around and go back. What I like doing is a very low priority mining area somewhere here, so that if they finish this, they'll go try to mine there, but then they'll quickly get overwritten by the primary area I want them to work is here. Or you just make sure it keeps being wide enough that there's always something else nearby, even if they keep canceling the job. And then we can set up some stockpiles down here for the metal. Yeah, ignore warm. Yeah, warm. Oh, is this? Oh, is that built in now? Or is this the DF hack thing? Warm dig. So if we do this, we'll now dig through warm stone with no restrictions. Okay. Or no, that's not happening. Oh, mark currently designated. But I don't want to mark everything. Okay, it is working. It's not just maybe not doing those because I hadn't redone it. But these are clearly working, and they're not undesignating things. Okay. It's always scary to mess with that because if you do it wrong, your dwarves dig out the wrong thing. That's pretty bad. Just for new net. So now if I toggle this off, it's not going to change anything here. Because it's already been designated as do it even if it's warm. There's sort of a bit of an orange notch there. I wonder if that's what that sign is showing. There's always more dwarfs. Yeah, you know what? I think I quite like... I'm just gonna dig out like an arbitrary largish area over here, which will be employed for various storages. Oh, someone came by to pick up some gems. Good. Because yeah, I'll move all of our metal and economic ore storage down here. And then our metal industry is going to go burr because we won't need anywhere near as much charcoal production anymore, which is a huge time bottleneck. Okay. glass is weirdly magma safe, so a constructed floor with a well can allow buckets of magma to be transported. Oh, that's crazy. Oh yeah, the other thing we can do is we'll be able to have a dumping spot now. So we can trash like all the old clothes and stuff like that we don't want to keep. We can just dump it over here. Oh, we might want to do it a few Z levels up because you get the steam cloud that can burn people when you dump things into magma. So I'm wondering... I might do the thing where I do a little stair access. It's like from here. Thank you, autosave. Old Barons too, yeah. Come on. Saving is slower for some reason. I don't know if there's something weird going on with our fort, but it feels like saving is really slow today. Okay. So they're going up like... Oh, run the cavern level. Okay. Let's say here. 5 Z levels, hopefully enough. So that's to the... Oh, no, that was the wrong one. I wanted a staircase here. This is the access stairs. And actually, you know what? I want it higher priority. Access stair there. All to here. And then next to the staircase, I was going to do a channel. Like that. Although, let's make sure the channel is lower priority than staircase. Do the staircase first, just to make sure that we can walk up and down and access that. And then, oh, the dumping place will actually be right here. It's probably well designated. And then I might just put a grate on top of the stairs so that no one's really using them. So we're just going to drop it into the hole here. I think this is probably the edge of the map for the magma flow. Sorry, someone was asking. So let's go and change our hotkey. The F4 hotkey, the magma one, to there. Kind of magma forge area. We'll wait for some of this to get dug out. We'll move some of the material down. Could mine out the gold. Yeah, seems pretty select about which laws the third MNX it respects. Yes! There's a lot of weird things that don't kind of make any sense, but it's fine. Upward slope. Oh! Oh! One more level down. My bad. Staircase down to here on a 4, and then channel on a 5 right here. There. Alert. Okay, feast. That's fine. Thought something way scarier was happening right now. There we go. Okay. So we got an exposed little magma hole. So now we do a zone, a dumping garbage dump. Right there. So even though I'm not designated the hole, you don't have to, as far as I know, I don't have to designate the hole. Normally, if I do this, this is where things get dumped. But I think if it's next to an edge, people stand in this tile and then dump over. Right? I mean, I could just cover it, but I think this works. And I kind of want to test this. So let's say I mark this hunk of rock to be dumped. Some dwarf should come, grab this, walk here, and drop it into the magma. And then, right, this staircase doesn't actually go under, so that's fine. Okay. We might see some things crawling up here, but hopefully not. Maybe I'll build, just in case, get a door here, and there. Just maybe, like, limit certain clouds. Okay, is that what's happening? Okay, that one weird kid is going to grab this rock, move here, throw it into the magma. Ha-ha! All right. Now, I think the Clothier mod or Tailor thing from DF Hack that's automatically getting dwarves to like drop their stupid old clothes. I think it does mark it as a dump, so we should see people throwing out their old clothes over here. Do we have any protection against anyone dodging the hole? Nope, we're just gonna leave that for fun. I'm not sure there is anything we could do to allow dumping while also protecting against someone accidentally throwing themselves into a hole. Yeah, I'm really not sure. All right, so in our workshops. Magma Forges, yeah. And magma smelters. Now, it used to be workshop buildings used to have like some tiles of them were impassable, which was sometimes annoying when trying to lay out a room because you'd accidentally block the door with the impassable tile. But it was nice in that when you were doing the magma forges, you would your channels, because the magma forges and stuff have to sit above magma. So you put the channel spot in one of the impassable places, so it would avoid the problem of a dwarf accidentally dodging into the magma or something weird like that happening. But in the Steam version, webs all the time. In the Steam version, workshops no longer have impassable tiles, so that's not an issue. Okay, so we got a caravan and a Forgotten Beast. Forgotten Beast is on minus 155. I think that's cavern level 2. Right? Yeah, I mean, it's quite a lot higher. But I think it's part of cavern level 2, which should all be sealed in. I think we can ignore that beast. I think. Yeah, last thing I want to do is deal with these goddamn webs. Get the finished goods bins shipped over here. And since people might be busy doing that, I'm really surprised they haven't grabbed these cages. I don't understand, because there's definitely room in the catch-all. And you allow animals, which is... It's funny it's got empty cages, animal traps, but then the actual animals there. And we could also destroy things with just an atom smasher, but I love flinging things into lava. Well, magma in that case. It's just so very satisfying. And we might do a retractable bridge for the cages just because it's entertaining. Okay, I'm gonna go back to plan. Dig out. This has been reset, right? Yeah, good. Okay. Dig out some channels. Phantom Crapper. He's got a Fey mood. We're getting a lot of interruptions here while trying to do some basic work. Yeah, it's always my question when we get to this point. Is it still magma if you have it exposed to the air? Like, what makes it turn from lava to magma? Is it being exposed to the air? Is it being on the literal surface of the earth? If you have an open cavern with visible molten rock, is it magma or is it lava? Doesn't really matter, but it's like, hey, that's... I'm not sure. You can drop water constantly into magma sea to create base salt, useful for weapons, really, and creating access to otherwise inaccessible candy. Yeah. Item, okay, let's go broker. Sorry to interrupt your praying there, Thrashing Dragon, but we need you to do some merchandising. Thank you very much. This might be a thing where we can do massive trade. Like, I'm wondering about grabbing all the bars. Definitely not the cut gems. Blocks, no. Or those boulders. Chains, flasks. Guinea hen, you. Any pigs? Give me... No pigs. We've got tons of booze. We can make our own. I mean... That's a decorated silver warhammer. Steel breastplate. I mean, just base quality, but sure. Steel helmet? Sure. Leather hoods we do wear as part of our equipment. I don't think we need plumped helmets. I mean, I don't know. Maybe we want more pigtail seeds. Probably not. Oh, we got some plaster here from casts. I think we've picked up plenty of it in the past, but let's get some more. Not really doing dyes, so I think I'll hold off on it. I mean, we don't have a ton of fish, but I don't see any real need to do it. thread, though. I think we got plenty of splints and crutches now. I bought a few rounds. We're just making bookcases, so we don't need that. But you know what? We'll buy more book-type things. All right. It's only 3,000 dwarf bucks worth of stuff. No, that's not the button I wanted to click. Sorry. I didn't want to insult you. That was a misclick. There you go. No trader. Ours not to wonder why. Ours is but to do and die. DYE. Any advice on getting your book shipped to South Africa? Local Amazon site doesn't have it yet. Oh, that's weird. I would have thought the Amazon stuff would be completely worldwide. I am not aware of the mechanics there, unfortunately, Mo Man. I will try to take a bit of a look, but I don't know. So our miners must be busy elsewhere. I only have the 2 active, I think, on mining, but that's okay. They do work really fast when they get around to it. Google says magma is under pressure and contains dissolved gases that are released when it becomes lava. Okay, so presumably any magma that is sort of free-flowing, exposed to like a cavern, a cavity, or anything like that, would in fact be classified as lava instead. Moody Dwarf is working. Get ready to trade. The hostels is just our buddies that are living in our caverns. This one's still wandering around a bit. Like, oh, I thought I was coming here to fight. Well, Random Crapper, the gem setter. A perfect citrine. Oh, we got an artifact gem? Don't see that very often. Utik Usal, the sheen of crumbling. Only 1,800 dwarf bucks. Perfect citrine. All craft worship at the highest quality is encrusted with table cut citrines. And presumably we could then go and use this to encrust, say, a mug or something. Oh, there we go. That's been dug in. Good. So what we're going to do is we're going to set up... I don't think I care about the glass furnaces. We can probably leave those up there. But I will go and get a set of 5 smelters. And then... and with webs, of course. This is always webs. Every time I go to dig one of these out, the game's like, hold on, I must distract Quill significantly. So then I'm going to set up the magma forges there. This one, Utesh. You are... oh! This is cavern level 3, which is possibly sealed in. I don't know if anyone's running around over here. I'm going to go ahead and just put little forbids on these doors just to stop anyone from going there. But I am wondering, we could potentially send out our squads to try to attack this guy. Are you just standing there? You're not moving? Am I wrong? Is the one at the top the newer one? No. No, it's definitely this one. You're really not moving. Oh, there you go. Oh! There's a reptile woman blowgunner over here. And more reptile people. Oh, they're gonna have a bad time. Oh, just instantly munched. Instantly. Any chance you at least scratched? No, no health problems. That is a shame. Some migrants have arrived. Alright, we'll probably set up some more military squads soon. Okay, that's been dug out. So, workshop, magma forge. Chung, 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 chung. Okay. Chung, chung. 2. Grazers assigned over here so they don't die. And then, yeah, what we're going to do, once this area is dug out, we're going to move all of our block storage and stuff down in this area. Maybe here, maybe over there, because I don't really need more space than this. Again, we could set up glass kilns, and I don't think we need that. Just want the smelters, so we can smelt the iron or the metal ore into bars without requiring coal. We still need some coal for making steel. But substantially less. There might be some other things that might need some from time to time in here too. But yeah, it is going to be substantially less. And then for the actual weapon crafting, and again, we won't need the coal for it because we're just going to be powering from the magma, so it saves tons of time. It involves a lot more walking to get down there. So much walking to get down here. And yeah, the olivine is not entirely appealing. A little piss color. But yeah, and then yeah, definitely we'll set up stockpiles here with wheelbarrows and things to go between levels. I'm surprised. Is there another mining job somewhere that's actually higher priority? I mean, I know this is set to a 7, but I just thought there was nothing else. There must not be, because Olawan's down here doing stuff. So it's just a really long walk down here. Sometimes what I do is I set up a little kitchen down here too, which might not be a bad idea. People will still have to bring the food down, but the idea is hopefully the actual metalsmiths and furnace operators and stuff don't have to spend quite so much time walking. Fun if DF added a fire pole to go down. Yeah, I don't think you can even use I don't think you can even ride a minecart down, huh? Maybe a powered elevator system. So, right over here, this is our stoneworking floor. I think what we want to do is basically tear all of this down. Yeah. I think we just tear all this down. Smoothing grade's not a bad idea. I guess we don't really... If I do it now, people are going to be hauling rocks all the way downstairs to get the job done, although they might already be doing that. I might want to set up my stockpiles first. Although jobs are probably being queued downstairs right now already. Yeah, all right. So I'm going to officially just go and trash these stockpiles. Because I could set up some, commands to go and, grab from here. But there's really no reason to do that at all. Yeah. Oh, great. Used to be you would select these and hit X, and that would deconstruct them, but... pause this confirmation. Okay. So these are all being trashed. New buildings are coming in. And yeah, in theory, having the stockpiles first. Really, I shouldn't have built these at all until I had all the stockpiles down here, but... Meh. Oh. Make gloves. I don't know if I have the cloth glove job in here. Let me just go and force a cloth glove. Times 3, please. And really want that to be searchable. Dig 100 deep channel, dump the rocks right on top of the magma filters. Safest way. We have had some high priority delivery shoots in the past. Wondering about West Boyston. You probably are in the military because I think you were one of the injured ones. But let's temporarily turn on some more mining. Any interested in streaming the new FM26? I'm very interested, but it sounds like the state that it's in right now is not great. The user interface in particular, people are really wondering about the state of the game and things promised, and you guys didn't release it last year because it wasn't quite ready, and it feels like this year it's still not quite ready. So what the heck? Yeah. Apparently the match engine's quite good, but yeah, most of the other stuff is not. The Ochre Doctrine requires a temple and a priest. Your creed. Okay, so it is. We definitely do need a new temple. All right. So I meant to pre-smooth some of these things to save us some time. What is this? Valerite? Yeah, that's fine. Okay. So we're going to make a new meeting area. Accept. And it's a temple to... I love this petition outstanding. That's good. Ochre Doctrine worshipping Usteth. Okay. So we don't want Usteth. We want the Ochre. Ochre Doctrine. There we are. Okay, so that's established. Now it's going to need to be fancied up. Step 1, smoothing. Extra doors. I'm going to put some statues behind the altar for this one. An altar. I just put a table and chair down. There is a literal altar you can build. But I just do a table and chair. That might end up being enough wealth. We'll see how it shakes out. Yeah, not great if cancel. Yeah. I haven't played it. I haven't tried it. But from what I've been seeing and following, because I'm very excited about Football Manager. I love the game. Yeah. And to be fair, like code-wise, like some people are like, what kind of programmers do they actually have over there? Because when you look at the incremental changes between editions, right? Their data's good. Their scouting's fantastic. Like it's so good from that point of view. But what really changes in UI and how many of the things are steps forward versus just shuffling things around to make changes and you know, if you're not obsessed with having the latest player data, which I don't know any of the players, so I couldn't give a toss, you know, why not just keep playing FM24 potentially? Maybe widening the access to magma level would be a good idea. Yeah, there is more widening we could do down there. That's not a bad point. First of all, the staircase could be embiggened. I mean, primarily it would be that. I mean, there's a lot of 1x1 tiles here, so there's a lot of slowing down and bumping into each other. So that's a good thing to talk about. Okay, this is nicely cleared up. So the thing that's going to be relatively close to these furnaces, I'm going to prioritize, will be the stone stuff. I'm going to do a big stockpile here for metal ores, which should have a wheelbarrow. I'm going to go and get up to 3. And then I'm going to get another stockpile sort of here. And this one is going to be for economic stone, which includes something, yeah, the coal and stuff like that. I mean, really, it's specifically the flux stone, but I can probably put all economic stone here. That's going to be fine. There shouldn't be any need for any of the other stuff. So we'll set those up there. And then I'm going to set up a big giant stockpile over here for I think all bars of metal and coal. There. Now this does need a wheelbarrow because they're not as heavy. Again, here we'll put in 3 over there. Try to bring those things down. And then I could have stockpiles over here for like the crafted stuff, right? Like metal armor, metal weapons, metal finished goods, metal furniture. So armor, turn on all armor, and then turn off this material. And then for weapons, turn on all weapons, turn off stone and other material weapons. And then over here, it's finished goods. Turn everything on. Not stone, not gem, not other material, just metal. And then here is going to be furniture. And again, not stone, not other things, just metal ones. Get stored up over here. These will have to be renamed and everything too. Petition outstanding is being worked on. So I don't think... other than the catch-all, and I guess we're going to want to yoink things potentially out of the catch-all. Well, I don't think the catch-all allows stone. They might allow bars, blocks, so what I'm going to want to do is say, take from the catch-all. If there's any bars or blocks, like the metal bars and blocks over in the catch-all, bring them down to the basement. And that's probably it. I'm not worried about yoinking this stuff down here. If anything, we might want to yoink this stuff close to the surface for convenience. Nightshade wants to join us. Sure, buddy. I think this is okay. A little house. Oh, kind of looks like a little house, but yeah, these are my furnaces. Hey, pig iron. Spars. Yes. Yes, smelt all the things. And yeah, we should be using so much less charcoal. I mean, also potentially like coal, coke, different things like that. But we have, I don't think we found any bituminous coal or lignite on this map. So all of our coal type stuff has been charcoal from wood. So now we need much less. Again, I think we still need some for the steel making process, but much, much less. Oh yes, the second Baron. I don't even remember if I started a room for you. Or if I was like, you know what, screw your face. Yeah, because I was like, oh, I've got my layout and it's good. How's my my ruler? Oh, the bedroom's still not quite fancy enough. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll do a full engrave on the entire bedroom block. And you know what? Sure, the back wall of the dining room can be engraved as well. So that should go and finish off the value for the bedrooms. Make our king very happy. And yeah, the kitchen nook. Yeah, because I think we probably want a little bit of a food place so they don't have to go all the way back up to the surface for it. It could just be in this open area here. It would be perfectly fine. No floor hatch. I probably don't have a job in here for floor hatches. Rock floor, or hatch, I suppose is just what it's called. Rock hatch cover. I'll make it so that we always have like a couple lying around. So if we have fewer than 2 rock hatches, then make a rock hatch. Thank you. Or less than 2, I suppose. So that'll get covered up just to prevent anything from going up here. And yeah, all we want to do is, and I might make this a little bit bigger than some of the other places since it's so far. I'm going to make a little 2x2 and another 2x2 stockpile. So this left one is going to be food, prepared meals only. This one to the right is going to be food, plant drinks, animal drinks if we end up finding, but probably not. The king, Mr. Discord, is satisfied with our position here. Everything is properly royal, properly furnished, and yet a true mountain home must have a true throne, and a true ruler requires 7 symbols, symbols not of this world. Mere steel will not suffice. Deeper. We must dig deeper. Yeah, all right, I'm sure that's gonna work out fine. All right, so this is the, which one? This is the meals one. So this is for minus, stop with the goddamn fucking pop-ups while I'm trying to work. Come on, game. Give me 2 seconds, please. Oh my god, when the fortress gets so big, it's so busy. This was meals. And this one over here is drinks. So then what we want to do is take, and you're taking from, well, this is the meals one, so you're taking from the meals one. We might need to increase how many meals we make, because they're getting a little spread out now, but that's fine. Then we go shift 4, over here, the drinks one, no, that's not what I want. Look here, take, and drinks are done. Right. One on the left is for meals, takes for meals, yeah, good, excellent. And then we'll go and set up some tables and chairs for this dining room. I mean, it's not gonna be enclosed necessarily, but that's fine. Enough for 10 at once, which is overkill, but it's not really costing us much, so why not? And then we'll define this area as a dining hall. Certain size, accept. And yeah, I don't have to do anything. It's not a meeting place, so I don't have to specify anything of any kind. It doesn't get owned by anyone. That's good. And then, yeah, we're going to go and smooth this entire area out. A little priority smooth, perhaps. But make this whole area a little bit prettier. And then we might specifically engrave this little dining area. Oh, was that out of focus for a little bit? Sometimes, I usually turn the autofocus off, but it resets itself on a reboot. And then it doesn't always do the right thing. Also, there's a little twinge of missing green screen, which I only just noticed. There was an issue earlier. Maybe I need a... I couldn't really make a bigger green screen. What I could do is move my desk closer to the green screen. Maybe that'd be an easier thing to frame. So yeah, so people are bringing things down. Can't really see too well because of the smoothing command. But it's happening. Metal industry's going burr. We only have a single weaponsmith, but we look at the legendary weaponsmiths we've got. Right? Because of our Feymudes. Armor, okay. We did talk about it. I think we probably do want to do, in fact, the... I know you're in the military. I'm going to do this. We might want to set up the Armorsmiths Guild. So that would be on this floor. Oh, Elf Knight, thank you very much for the gift subs to the channel. Much appreciated. Hey, if you did just get a gift sub from Elf Knight, remember, you can join the Discord. If you're a Twitch subscriber, YouTube member, I want to cancel these corners, or Patreon supporter. And you can link your Discord to the appropriate website, and then you can jump in and join us, and then you can yell at me that much more directly. Please don't yell at me, I'm very sensitive. So we'll set up an Armorsmiths Guild over here. Fix the shape of the other guild hall. Oh, the temple over here. Yeah, which is always just going to be a reconstruct. But yeah, let's do it now. So it's ready for whatever comes up. Wall. So, I mean, really, you can also film that bit. Cancel that one for a sec. What if they yell encouragements? I might still get startled. You know, like when I get a treat stream or something like that, but it'll work. It's more sphalerite, which I think is copper or zinc. Might just be zinc. Yeah. So we can use zinc to make brass or bronze. One's with nickel, one's with zinc. Right, one's with zinc, one's with nickel, question mark? And I can never remember which is which. Brass for zinc? Okay. And bronze, is it nickel? Or is it something else? Not a metallurgist. Tin! That makes way more sense, yeah. Because I was like, I don't think... Nickel doesn't sound right. If anything, like nickel is actually not something that humans used for a really long time, because it was a huge pain in the ass. I think the origin of the name is like, it was like the devil's copper. It was like Kupfernickel or something like that. Because sometimes you'd find a copper deposit, but it would all be like mixed in with nickel. And until we got like more advanced smelting techniques, I don't think we could separate them. So I think they were considered, nickel was not considered something very exciting. Guild Hall. Armor Hall. And even though this is way deep inside, I'm going to say all visitors welcome. Because it would be great to get some training. Yeah, nickel's a relatively modern or hard to work. Yeah. Now, I live in the so-called nickel capital of the world. I don't know, oh, man. Let me tell you, this town had a great way of processing nickel ore back in the day. So you dig out, you take all this nickel ore, you pile it in this giant field. Actually, you'd sort of dig down a certain amount, and you'd pile it in there. And we're talking about like a sports arena sized field. And then you would cut down all the trees, and you'd pile all that on together, and you'd light the whole fucking thing on fire, and it would burn for like weeks or something like that. Now, this nickel ore also happened to have tons of sulfur, which would trigger incredibly toxic acid rain, which after you've cut down all the trees, and then the rain sort of washes away all the topsoil, exposing the bare stone, the acid effect would be so powerful that all the stone was just blackened. So when I grew up here, it really was. You'd be driving from, suburb town to main town, and for about 20 minutes of the drive, you'd look out left and right, and all you would see is bare black rock. It was horrifying. They've done a really good job of doing a lot of replanting since then. And obviously at some point, well, So at some point, the solution to these open pit smelters, which were, horribly toxic and killing everything, was to build a very tall chimney. We called it the super stack. All the shit was still happening, but, we'd send the smoke really high up and farther away. Now, in theory, it was dispersing more, so it wasn't generating as much of an issue in one place, and so but no, the solution wasn't basically to make it less polluting. It was to try to take the pollution from here and move it over there. The super stack hasn't been operational in quite some time, maybe a couple of decades, and it is currently actively being taken down, which is too bad because it was something like the world's tallest something, certainly the world's tallest chimney, but it was a freestanding structure type thing, or is it a tower? There's some category that it was the tallest of. Ain't gonna be no more. Right, what's our petition? Oh, the Ochre Doctrine, which is this one over here. Oh, okay. We can just recognize the priesthood. We'll give you a priest. Holy Coal, what a great name. There you go. C.S. Zoltan, congratulations. That has satisfied the petition, which is going to increase a bunch of people's moods. Lovely. Super stack. We are going over here, but I'm going to talk about this a little bit more. Tallest chimney in Canada and in the Western Hemisphere. Second tallest freestanding chimney in the world. Such an exciting tile. And when it was built, it was like record breaking a bunch of different things. But yeah, it is actively being torn down. And for a long time, while it was still operating, most of the sulfur dioxide and various things like that, reclamation facilities had been being built to capture as much of that as possible. So it wasn't, originally it was just to spread it out more, but then it was a question of redirecting and doing different things like that. And yeah. But that is gone. Titus, thank you very much for that. That's a Hungarian currency, I think. I don't usually watch live streams live, but seeing you online and thought I'd say thanks for the RimWorld NDF Let's Play. Thank you very much. I'm itching for another RimWorld Let's Play. Although we did have 2 going on simultaneously for a while, and they were quite long, so it was nice taking a little bit of a pause. But RimWorld's one of those games I'm going to be going back to forever and ever and ever and ever. Anyway, I guess we're going to wrap it up here. I am happy that we got our new smelting area is going to get... Well, it's in place and it's working. It looks weird because I've put all these smoothing commands in here and it's going to take a while to do all that, but that's all right. Right, the Mad Alchemist, I really do have to do something for you. And we will figure something out because you're just going to keep getting increasingly cranky. But otherwise, people are doing pretty well, which is nice to see. We're up to 179 pops. We only have 3 squads. I could really make 2, maybe 3 extra squads right now, especially now that we've got the magma smelting, so that it's going to be so much faster to build weapons and armor. Still a bit of a leather bottleneck, and even with our people who wear like full steel armor, there's still layers of leather armor that we used in that because A, that would be very realistic, and B, it actually works really well in Dwarf Fortress to layer armor. So we still want that. I would still like more pigs, although having the beak dogs in here and hopefully having them breed too and multiply and giving us some leather is okay. We get some from the east. I could go and change some of our auto butcher and we could keep more around. So there'd be a bit of a lag before we start getting leather again, but then we should get more faster. But yeah, a good number of pigs should do it as well. Yeah, hopefully there's still some hunting going on the surface. We're going to wrap it up here. We're going to go and raid a Kiss for Luck. They're doing a very special Minecraft event today. So if you're into Minecraft at all, definitely check it out and, give a Kiss for Luck some love. I will see you. The plan is on Monday. And right now, my plan is to continue to play Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2 on Monday. Stationeers will be returning. I have no doubt. I really want to keep playing that. But in the short term, I think that might be what we're looking for. And any plans for a new YouTube Let's Play? We're going to think of something for sure that might be coming on YouTube. I don't know what the next thing is. The big thing, though, on Friday, which is awkward because it's on Halloween, but it's just... Paradox said this is what it could be. So on Friday... Europa Universalis 5 live stream. I'll see you then. I'll see you over in a Kiss for Luck's channel for now. Bye-bye, everyone.